I am so sad. I am so sad. I totally set Steve up and I thought he would get it. I thought he would get it. But alas, the context just wasn't right, I suppose. So Steve is the dad joke guy. And I said, well, I tweeted at him, hey, what do you think of SQL migrations? And I thought that he would reply in true dad joke style, well, they have their ups and downs. But ding! Do I have that sound effect? I think I do somewhere. I think I do. I don't know. But anyway, I thought it was great. I thought it was great. Oh, and we don't have the sound. The sound's not plugged in. That's why that wasn't working. Let's try that again. Yeah. I thought it was great. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Ah. Alas, let's continue. But one thing that's interesting is that he essentially did say, you know, that, well, this is what I like about him, this is what I don't like about him. Rolling back only migrations for specific tables can be a PETA during development. And that is one of the things that I'm dealing with right now. So that's interesting. I wonder if he would like my. I wonder if we could collaborate. I wonder if we could collaborate. By the way, I'm gonna open up a top. Open up a top. No, pop a top. I'm gonna pop a top, my friends. My friends, I'm gonna pop a top. Here's popping a top to you. All right, that's midnight oil right there. Coming in early. Okay. Here we go. So anyway, it was just interesting that he mentioned the same, you know, the same struggle that I'm talking about. Let's see. Let's just put this in Ben as SQL migrate. Let's see if that'll run. Probably should have printed out the commands. Okay, that's one thing that I can stand to fix real quick. Oh, so what we're doing, we're going back to what I was going to do this morning before I got sidetracked by this whole thing. There we go. So right at top main. Why? I hate the GPT comments. They're just absurd. Oh, we're not doing that one. Let's see. We got init, we got create, we got status, head and tail, and batch. We're going to save for later. Latest, roll back, save that for later. All right. Okay, I do want... I do want to implement these two options. What was that? It was a thing. Okay. I do want to implement help and create. I don't have the chicharrones to do it. We're going to call it 0.7. Bless me. All right. There we go. Probably not a constant in there. Okay. All right. Okay. This would be ISO date dot replace. Okay, this one creates a pair. Alrighty. Sometimes I start a new chat because I don't want it to have the context of the previous chat. It doesn't necessarily work out the way I like. Brighten me up. Sun's going down and the heat's going up. Okay. Oh, whoops, we also need the description. Let the dangers brumble! Okay. Here we are. Write the description. All right, there we are. All right, let's find create here. Okay. We're gonna break. We got that one done. Command is what? Args 0. All right, we're gonna take this one away. So we're gonna take command out of there. All non-word characters all right. There we go. Oh, we need to do a G on that. There might be more. There might be other regexes we need to do a G on. I don't know. Okay, so let's do SQL migrate create foo bar bazazaz woo. Interesting. The wolves are howling in the distance. Okay, what was I gonna fix in here? Actually, wait, this fits a traditional for loop pretty darn well, does it not? Is this not exactly a traditional for loop? Number? Eh. I like it being like this. File exists. Catch an error. File doesn't exist. Oh, right. It would help to return. There we go. Cool. Alright, so the last thing I'm going to do with this, and then I'm going to be done with it, because it's stupid, is pull in. Jippity gave me, I think, that one's a simple one. I think Jippity gave me migration runner implementation. I think I asked it to do the arguments parser. Yeah. Hold on, I got a bogey to pick. It's in there, and I gotta get it out. Almost there. Almost there. Ah. It was just a pecking on the surface. See, I know it's wet. One day I gotta get one of those nose surgeries that fixes Fixes a man's nose. Oh. You know, I'm going to see if I can find... Where is this thingamabob? Here we go. This is my best arguments parser ever. It's not perfect because there are some situations in which it could not work for basically things that have nested commands. Particularly if they take arbitrary commands. All right. So I've got a take flag and a take option. All right. So see, don't you like that? Like this is the whole thing. Just goes through and grabs the option based on the given flag. It really is probably the best parser out there. Where it doesn't work is for the double dash, and where the double dash could potentially be well, we have to come up with some rules about the double dash, because the double dash, the problem is you can nest a double dash, so you need to go all the way up to the first double dash. You need to stop unless that double dash is an option. So this is where it gets tricky, is that you need to know if the thing before the double dash is something that specifies an option. That's why this is not a generic approach that always works. It's when you get into the double dashes. Find unique alias. What is it doing? And it does work for So take flag. If we go here. We can pass it args. And then we can give it our list of things that we allow. So init, create. So basically, let's just do this. Let's go through case, scripts, SQL migrator. Whoops. Oh, and then we had these few. So as long as you're not dealing with nested subcommands, this is easy. Yeah, this is JS. What's up, Mauricio? Looks like you're making a CLI. Would you like some help with that? Indeed. Indeed I am. Let's see. I'm writing a message and then I'll look at chat and then get back to talking out loud, maybe. Maybe. Also probably need to shut the door soon. I don't know if flies are going to try to make their way in here. It's getting dark out. Okay, looks like I'm gonna have to shut the door. The sun is setting, and having the door open is creating just the most awkward light. Ah! Okay. I haven't played much with JS. Seems like a weird language compared to everything else I've touched. Well, JS can be a pretty awesome language, but not the way that most people use it, because most people use it in really weird ways. Most people use it to flaunt their artiste, to let others know just how creative and fun they can be. It's very few people programming it seriously. Very, very, very few. Oh, check it out. Check it out. We're going to take it over 9,000. It's over 9,000. Ah! Okay, there we go. Boom. Okay. So, what was I doing next here? I'm actually really proud of that. It turns out that I think this migrator actually solves a lot of problems with existing migrators, and it's a heck of a lot simpler. Okay, so now we've got our pending migrations. And the question of the hour is, of course, what's different about my what did I do differently? I had to change time zone. I changed this base URL thing. Okay, so the whole point that I was getting up to here was that I'm actually going to encrypt the base URL and the API key, which means there's one other thing I need. So in example.env, we also will need to have an AS key. No, this should be host, I think. Boom, there we are. Encryption key. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, whew. Oh, goodness. There was a who is this, and I thought it was from my grandma, and the reason that would be my grandma's losing her memory. And so far it's, I mean, that was like frightening because it's been very gradual, you know, over the last year or two, I guess maybe more than that. Like she'd forget a couple of things. She's just more absent-minded, whatever. It wasn't really noticeable, but the last couple years, I think the last 2 years, it's become noticeable, and then it's gotten to the point where, whoops. It's just, you know. Anyway. Alright, so I wanted to actually have 32 here. And we could have 64, I suppose. But I only really need 32. Alright. So we're going to create, and of course I'm not going to use that now that I've showed it to everybody. Okay. So what I got to do is I've got a secrets file where I'm going to put in this secret. All right, so I got an encryption key. And okay. And then there's going to be... There's going to be that. And then what else do I need to do here? So I need to start adding the encryption for some stuff that is going to go in that I would actually like to be able to log and all that. And I just won't want anybody to see it. And when I'm getting the raw info here, I don't want, you know, if I show my SQL queries or something like that, the idea is just to protect developers from their own dumb selves. Everybody thinks they're so dumb that they can't handle a application that has an encryption key, so we'll just make good use of the encryption key, right? You know? Everybody's so afraid of the logs and all that, we just make it so the logs don't log the real values. You can give your sales guy access to the production database, and even if he hands it to the guy on the phone, it won't mean anything. That's the deal here. That's what we're doing. Okay, so with that, I'm going to need to make another. So we have the temp cipher here, which works a little bit differently. We need to update the libconfig. Libconfig is going to also need now to have the encryption key. The encryption key to encrypt your database. Yeah, and then I need to go look at... So we're going to have temp cipher. And all we're doing here, we got cipher, create cipher, cipher key, new UN8 array 16, get random values, yada yada. Okay. Bless me. Do we have to do this every time? I can never get something to hex. Maybe we should just store it as base 64 because it's easier to deal with in JavaScript with the text encoder. Okay. I think I'm going to try that. All right, let me do RND 64. But actually, so what I want to do, I'll modify my aliases here. By the way, feel free to ask questions or whatever. You can ask me things. Now let's try going closer to something like 32 bytes. What do we get when we do that? That can't be right. 16 bits, 16 bytes. Oh, right. Yeah, let's try 32. See how that goes. It's all right. Hmm. All right. I don't know what to do in this scenario. Oh, we'll just echo. That's what we'll do. There we are. Okay, cool. What else? So we got that. So I could probably do B to A, text encoder. All right, so I think what I want to do here then is we're going to go into the env and we're going to say base 64, encryption key base 64, update this to be encryption key base 64. Well, we'll actually call it this to give people a greater sense of security. Because people think that AES 256 is more secure because they don't know how encryption works. And they, you know. But sometimes, it's just hard to argue with people's perceptions of things because somebody perceives something and they just think, "Oh, it must be true because it's the way I thought about it." But in reality, nope. I guess like so many things defy intuition. That's the problem. Intuition is a fickle mistress. But remember, you might be too stupid to use math, but math's not too stupid to use you. No, that's not what I meant. That came off. That actually did come off wrong. Like you can trust in math. You can trust in math. Generally speaking, you can just trust it. If you don't understand it, I don't understand how all of the encryption stuff works, but I know how math works. I know that when I add 1 + 1, I get 2. I know that there are certain principles that are put into place, So, like, we don't have to be geniuses. We just need to trust that things work and not overcomplicate our own thought process. A lot of times just your own reason, if you think about something, you can understand it, All right. I gotta try one other thing here. Bro, you're still locked in? My man is the GOAT. Dude, I took a dinner break. Who knows how many breaks I've had since you were last on. Okay, so I so wish it weren't so hard to use hex. So we're going to go to libconfig. All right, let's get the encryption key right here. I'm going to do this. Um, you know what? Okay. What I want to see is oh look, they gave me back the L1 preview. Okay. Okay, okay. Can I use text encoder with binary strings? Ah, so no matter which way we go, like there's no way. Okay, I'm going straight dash phrase on this one then. Okay, so we're going to change all that from, and do that with dot star and star dot star. Okay. And star dot star. Okay, I'm actually going to use real word usage right here. We're going to use dash phrase. We're doing it. We're going to use dash phrase. Are you into startups? I am into startups and I'm building my own. Yes, all of the above. All of the above. Ah. Ribbit. Okay. So what we need to do is dash phrase generate bit length. And then when we do the encode, actually we do need to update this so that we have the option of using the extra words. This is a relatively small package, all things considered. Oh yeah, we gotta... Okay, so what was I going to do here? We're going to do the generate random values. And we're going to do encode. But this is where I wanted to have check bits. Why did I put CS there? That doesn't make any sense. Checksum, some bit length. Okay, bit length. Some bit length. Bit plus 1, 1. What? What was I thinking there? Bits plus 11. I gotta look at this. I gotta look at this again later. Okay, CNAF phrase. Oh, now I remember why. Okay, so is bits an array? Is that what this is? Bits. Is bits an array? Or is it a string? I think it's... Is it actually a string? Okay, so if it's a string, this is actually a really good case for subster, because then you don't have to do the bit plus. That makes it a little bit easier to read. But in any case, we're going to have an encryption passphrase here. Maybe I should call it a vault passphrase. I don't want to call it that yet. We'll figure that out later. The point is that I need in libconfig, what I want to do And we would actually need to make a fork of this because we can't have dependencies in a project like this. So the reason we can't have dependencies in a project like this, I mean, anything that we don't directly control, that we're not 100% locked in on, is because somebody could create a dependency injection. I am in control of that repo, but I don't know if I'm going to be in control of that repo forever. Oh, you know what? I could be in control of that repo forever, and I know how. I will see about getting in control of that repo forever. Because if I'm going to use it in other projects, I don't want anybody except for people that I don't want anybody to own it but me and someone that I trust with my life. Which, I guess the person who owns it right now, I just don't know if he's going to own it forever. Anyway, that's that. I don't know what the future of it is. That's I don't know what the future of the ownership of that organization looks like right now. I don't know what it looks like in 10 years. And if this is going to be in here, I need it to be something that I know that it's basically, it needs to be under my control. It needs to be under my control because even with people that I trust, they're not going to carry my burdens for 10 years. So it'll have to make it. All right, so we got dash phrase here. And then what? Okay, so generate also does the encoding. Excellent. Okay, and we also need to decode, right? Oh, bother. Here's how we're going to solve that problem. Oh, there we go. Hey, look, I was thinking ahead. Look at me. Look at me thinking ahead. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? All right. All right. I don't know if that generate, I don't think that generate actually is async, is it? It is async. Why? Encode is it? Oh, the checksum. The checksum's the reason it's async. Okay. Maketh senseth. Okay, so oh, darn it. Okay. That's why we can't do it here. Got it. All right. There we go. Okay, missing encryption passphrase. So this is how we're going to do it. If the passphrase is not valid, we're going to generate a new passphrase. If the reason it's not valid is because there isn't a passphrase, then we're just going to throw, hey, you don't have one. But if... What's up, Cherry? How you doing? Declared black spoke for phrase. Oh, okay, so we're not going to do that. Let's see. Includes checksum word. Oh, I'm doing all right. Just coding away. $11 p.m. Really? Where in the world is it 11 p.m.? Are you in Canada? Or South America? Oh, what was it? BIP 39 or something? BIP 33? Okay, BIP 39. Continue backing up the current value. Okay. I think I'm going to have to do this yet again. Okay, star dot star slash star dot star. And we're going to swap out encryption passphrase for BIP 39 encryption passphrase. That makes it sound... there we go. Okay, consider backing up the current value and using... Okay. I think this is what I want to say. Okay, encryption passphrase BIP 39 is required, but not set. Consider using this randomly generated BIP 39 compliant passphrase. And then we don't need that. That's good. Okay. And then that's if the passphrase is not set at all. But if the passphrase was set, but it's not BIP 39 compliant, invalid ENV, encryption passphrase BIP 39 failed, BIP 39 checksum. Consider backing up the current values using this BIP 39 passphrase. There we go. That's what I want. Boom. Yeah, so I've been doing this for a long time. There are so many things I've done over the years to simplify development as much as I can. And this is one of those things that there's always a set of rules that if you follow the set of rules, you just have to do less work overall. You might have to do more typing, but you have to do less work. In this case, you don't have to do more typing either. But yes. And the reason for this is if you want it to work in the browser as well, you don't need any sort of require system to have it work in the browser. You do need a little bit of obnoxious wrapping, but the reason you need the wrapping is not for the browser. If all you wanted was it for to work in Node in the browser, it's like a 3-line wrapper. The problem is that all of the different bundlers, the webpacks and the Nuxts and the Veets and all of them, they all have their own thing that they try to do to... they just introspect packages wrong, is essentially what it is. And so there's a bunch of things that you have to do in order to make them, to trigger them to realize that it's a browser and Node compatible package. But yeah, for years, everything I write is browser Node compatible. Now this is not, this particular file is not, but I'll show you one that is. So this is a dependency I'm using, but this is code that I wrote. And this has the weird stuff in it because of exactly what I was talking about. It looks weirder than it needs to because basically, isn't that so weird? You declare it with var twice. But this is one of the ways that you get it to work. It's weird. Anyway, so you have to do stuff like this. So we're testing to see if this exists, then do that. And then down here you have this whole window check and that. It's really wonky and unfortunate, but it works in all browsers and all bundlers. And if you just care about browsers and Node and not bundlers, then it doesn't have to be that complicated. It can be a lot simpler. But anyway. Yeah, most things in Java. I've hated everything in JavaScript for a long time. I am a lone ranger. I code JavaScript in my own way. That's a lot more like Go. And the complexities that I have to deal with are the complexities of people who don't follow the standards. That's all these tools. They're trying to, ES next. Well, the thing is, ES next never comes, or when it does, they don't actually support it. They support their flavor of ES next, and they never actually adopt the real standards. So that's my problem. The JavaScript community is full of genius idiots. They're like people who are so smart but can't see past the end of their nose. Ugh. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, so let me get back to this config file. So I'm going to need to init this thing here. So let me go ahead and I should be able to go back in my server where config is set up. Oh, and then we have to wrap this. Actually, this will work here too. So we have to await now config.init. We can void that out. Okay, so now this is just gonna die, I think, yeah. So this is just gonna die over and over again. I'm a little confused about that, though, because this should actually get caught. Okay, let me go take a look at this. Okay. So when it starts up again, which it may not. Okay, looks like it's not starting up again. This was init.d. Okay. So this is sudo rc service restart. And then I should be able to tail the logs. Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted. Saying it's required, but it's not set. Excellent. Okay. And then it's giving out. Okay, so one thing I want to change about that is that's actually too many spaces and too many new lines. So let's I'm going to do 3. Everyone's favorite number of indentation. All right. All right, so error. Missing env. Solution. There we go. Error. Solution. There we go. That's how I want to do it. Yeah, so I use void as a signal to say that this function is only being used for side effects, or I know that, you know, that I'm not accidentally not capturing its value. That's what void is for. I don't even know where you saw void, but yeah, I use void. So I'm trying to make the way I write JavaScript look as different from JavaScript as possible because, in part, because I've been working on my own language, at least in terms of specification. I haven't been actually coding up the linter, although I have done some work on that. But I have my own language called AI script, and it is a very, very simple language, the kind of language you can learn in a weekend. Very similar to Go. And it doesn't require a transpiler. So you can run AI script in the browser without transpiling it. It is not exactly a subset of JavaScript in the same way that TypeScript is not a superset of JavaScript. Because TypeScript can't understand all JavaScript. Likewise, JavaScript cannot understand AI script. But a browser can interpret AI script. So there's I'm going to go over to the axioms of AJ, or axioms of AI script. I may have renamed it. There we go. So, let errors bubble until they burst. Correct or classify, but do not catch. What this means is that you should let an error bubble up to the global error handler. Now, if you're on the front end, the problem is that none, not a single one of the front end frameworks have proper error handling. And I don't know how this is. It's one of the most obvious things everybody on the back end knows, that you're supposed to have a top level error handler. How this does not exist on the front end blows my mind. So that with a preface, but top level error handlers are the standard. It is the weirdest thing in the world that no front end framework supports async await properly and such. But with that said, when you await something, if you .catch it, then you can correct it. So for example, I don't actually want to throw the error that this throws. Instead, I want to return false. So I can catch it and I can correct it. Because in this case, I know that I'm expecting that it might be false. And so I probably should have renamed this to assert. I probably should have a dash phrase.assert and a dash phrase.verify, and dash phrase.verify shouldn't throw an error. But this is the way it is now, so that's the way it's going to be. But yeah, and likewise, if you have something like, if you have an error like directory doesn't exist when you're trying to write a file, you can catch that error and then you can create the directory. So there's a lot of things that you can correct. And if you can correct it, then you should .catch it. Or there's things that you need to classify. Like for example, there was a database error, but you don't want to send a message back to the user that says, you know, error inserting key X into column Y, because you don't necessarily want them to know that stuff about your database, and you don't want them to see that message. So instead, you can say, you can catch the error, but you're not catching it, swallow it. You're not ignoring the error. You're just intercepting the error so that you can add on information like the error message is, you do not have permissions to add files to this folder. And instead of having, you know, a database error about a duplicate key or whatever it is, you know. So you correct or you classify, but you don't catch. You let your errors bubble all the way up to the top. You're welcome. You also might enjoy Creeds of Craftsmanship. So there's Creeds of Craftsmanship too. But yeah, I think I actually gave this talk at some point. Let me see. It may have been recently. I think it would have been at Utah Stack JS. 4 months ago. Okay. So if you're interested in that, here it be. And that's the talk where I go over these. But these are rules that I didn't come up with for that talk. I revisit this every so often and update it and refine it. This whole repository is just basically rules to live by for coding in the browser. Coding in Bun, Node, and the browser. And then there's some concepts of things that should exist but don't. Like, for example, we really ought to have identity functions. Not having identity functions is truly, truly obnoxious. So AI script, what would happen is it would just do auto importing. So if you were to use any of these functions, it would just create an AI script file and just add the function, whatever it is that you use, it would just add it to it. But there's definitely times where you want to do a .catch and just pass it the thing that returns true. Or, yeah. So there's a bunch of these things that they should exist. The object is actually an identity function for objects. So for example, you can pass an error to an object and it will return the error as a value. So you may have seen some people talk about this recently on Twitter because there's some people that discovered that you can do this. I actually gave a talk about it a few years ago, or not gave a talk about it. I gave a lightning talk about it after somebody else's talk. But basically you can do a .catch with object and then check if the value is instance of error And if it is, then you handle the error. Otherwise, you continue on with the flow. So, but yeah, there's a bunch of stuff like this. Those things exist in other languages, especially functional languages. There's an implementation for local local ISO string, because we have to local string to string, but we don't have to local ISO string. But this right here is an implementation that will get you your local ISO string. And I totally forgot that I put this here because I actually need to use this. So there's just a bunch of little simple things to consider. You are welcome. Array.remove is one that we obviously should have. Because splice does what we need, but the thing is, splice doesn't communicate what you're supposed to do. It's very confusing. I think that in there is supposed to be one. Yeah. Or maybe it was supposed to be 0. I think that's supposed to be 0. Let me just try this out real quick. Oops. Okay, so if we have var a equals 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, hold on. I think this was supposed to be 0, and this was supposed to be 0. So let me go try that out. Okay, so if we do a.insert at, and then give it at index 1, we're going to give it 37. Then my expectation is, okay, correct. That's the way that's supposed to work. There's a few typos here, but you get the idea. I don't really know how Elixir does it. But you have to consider the difference between an error and an exception, right? Because there are things that are truly exceptional that the program has to correct. Well, I guess that's what you're saying. Handle domain errors as values. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're talking above my head with, that stuff. I'm not really into functional programming. It's a bit hoity-toity for me. If we're being honest. Okay, so there we go. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm going to clear that out. So much so that I'm actually going to... Okay, that looks right. Okay, so now I have the files doing what I expect. It's printing out an error message, and it's also giving a solution, which is great. It's one of those things that it would be nice if we could have it initialize itself. Definitely want to put in here... Let's see. No, what was it? Lib config. Hold on, we're going to do this. We're going to dash phrase. We're going to go scripts. Pass phrase generate. And this is going to be async function main. And there's no possibility of this failing, so... And if it does, we know where the error is, because reasons. Alright, so there we go. Okay, and then we're gonna also need to put in here the other thing. Alright, so I gotta put in the salt value. Which I'm just gonna grab anything for that. Okay. Okay. So actually, hold on. I'm going to do the salt differently than I was just thinking I would. Nope, not that one. Okay. So this does not need to be a high entropy value. The salt doesn't. So this should be zoo 11 times and then we're wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Try that one more time to make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right. So that is it's actually a valid, well, so what I should do, there we go. That makes it invalid. Because the zoo wrong is actually a valid passphrase. So we want it to not be valid. Whoops. Hold on. I need to go look at something else again real quick. How do we get the BIP 39 on there twice? Where is that happening? Okay. So we just need to get salt. All right, so there we are. So that means in libconfig, I also need to gripe if the salt is not set. But that one's pretty easy. Let's see, we can do console.warn here maybe. And actually, I need to do this another way because I have this done in another file. There's so many things I just need to automate away. Because there's common conventions I use, like this config pattern. Anyway. And I don't know that I want to store all of this in envs forever, but it's where I want to store them right now. So I don't know if I want to require it, to be honest. No, let's document it as optional. So with this, we should also have so what I wanted to do here was do await dash phrase dot to seed. So Cherry, what are you working on in Elixir, by the way? Phrase. Okay. To seed. Phrase to seed is to seed. Salt options. Okay. Oh, I just don't want to have to do that metaphor. Ah. Why? Why is it so hard in JavaScript to go between bytes and strings? Why do we not have a 2hex? Why? I just, like, I have to copy this function every time, everywhere I go. I always have to copy to hex, to hex, to hex, to base 64. I don't want to copy it anymore. I just want to be done. I just want to rest in peace. Oh. Let's see, how do I want to do this? All right. What? Oh. Yeah, that can be a problem, I suppose. Yeah, okay. Um There we go. Okay. Come on. Maybe I should just give up and do it the Node way. I don't like doing it the Node way. I forget that it exists sometimes because I don't do it that way because most of my code I want to have work in the browser. Is that really it? Come on. Dang it. Yeah, this is just... Okay. I've done this recently. Why is this hard to find? Also, how is it getting hotter in here as the night goes on? That doesn't make any sense. It was like 70 degrees at sundown, and now it's almost 80 in here. It's crazy. Okay. I could have sworn I just did this so recently. Okay, I'm going to check one of my cheat sheets and see if I've got it in there. Okay. Alright, Jippity, do you have my snippet for me? Alright, that's it. That's the one. I swear I have that in like a dozen files, but for some reason, it's not showing up right now. Adding it to one of my cheat sheets. So I started this blog project called Bliss, and it's supposed to be, you know, a blog as easy as Gist, but because they changed the way the GitHub URL parameter passing works, I don't end up publishing with it very often. But everything on it is encrypted. If you're interested in having just encrypted notes online, bliss. I also want to create an iPhone app for it. If anybody's interested in that, let me know. I want to use Swift UI and create an iPhone app for it. Okay, anyway. All right, let's copy this again, and then let's just put this in here, I suppose. Don't you know? All right. Get rid of all these stupid comments that don't actually mean anything. So I found the hack to get around that syntax issue is to just put it in square brackets. It works. I'm very confused. I'm particularly confused. Okay, there we go. So it's nasty, but it works. Not sure how I feel about that. Does that work? Does that work that way? Does string from char code take multiple things? So it does. All right, so let me go back into config. Was it config? No, it's temp cipher. Okay, salt bites. So this is something that every project that has keys or whatever needs to be able to do very easily. There needs to be a more obvious way for this in general. And I don't know. I don't know if it should be an NPM package or more likely maybe just a cheat sheet, because it seems like a lot of it's kind of left patty like this. But there needs to be a way to generate all sorts of different salts, passphrases, whatever. Just a big list of, hey, when you need this thing, do this, and then here's how to make it a CLI tool, so that you. Well, actually, I guess that's kind of what I want R&D to be. I want R&D to be, you give it basically bits of entropy that you need, and then an encoding that you want it to be in, and then just have it spit it out. And I kind of have that. But I want it to be a compiled tool that works on Windows, Mac, and Linux and is installable via Webby. And I would like it to be able to do ED25199, ECDSA 256, I guess 128 is fine. I would just like it to be able to generate just whatever it is that you need. Yeah, just like a Swiss Army knife for the things that you need to set up an application in terms of, you know, public private keys, JWTs, salts, whatever. Anyway. All right. So here we go. I always call this bytes. Probably going to update that thing that I... Let's see. I'm okay with using the aggregate operator, but I don't know about the spread operator. I still don't like... particularly because the dots go in the wrong way and that's confusing. There we go. That's the way I want it worded. Oh my goodness. This is bugging me so much. I know that I've declared the type URL base64 100 times. No, I did this just recently. I work on too many projects. I'm getting too old. My brain's too full. I can't do it anymore. Okay, so one of the rules of AI script is that you can't have chaining. I want to make an exception for this, but I'm not gonna. There we go. And maybe I could just make it shorter. S, 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 since it's just a string. I'm going to leave it. Anyway, this is the correct version. Let me indent this for good measure, so that I can copy paste it. Oh, bless us all. Over here where I need it. Okay. So there we go. I got that one done. Okay, and then fast phrase generate. What? Oh, I was doing the wrong one. Doi. Doi. Uh-oh. We're gonna run out of entropy soon. I'm using up all the salts. Wait, that did not work. Glad I tried that a few times. URL base 64. Replacing all the pluses with minuses. Okay, so this did not work. Oh, because of that. Okay, there we go. That's it. I now need to go save this again in my special place. I'll save it in my special place, and it will be special, and I will save it. And all of the specialness will be right where I saved it. Okay. All right, let's run this a bunch of times. I am going to change this because I don't like the way it's generating that. Okay. Looks good. Not sure whether it needs some space at the top or the bottom. Probably at the bottom. Yeah, that's good. Okay, that's good. I like that. This is to optimize for easy coppa pasta. For the humans. Actually, I would like to put out that in dim. Whatever. Oh, thank you for the blessings, Mr. Griffin. You are one scary fellow there hanging out behind the tree like that in a Teletubby suit. I'm scared. But I accept your blessings, even though I'm scared. I'm scared for my life, but I will accept your blessings. Please don't Teletubby my trees. All right, cool. All right, so now we've got that taken care of. Ugh. Okay. So now that we've got all that stuff, all right, what's my next thing? So now I need to get some values into the database. Well, that's weird. I accidentally hit a sequence to open up a man page, I guess. Gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. What? Okay, something went wrong. Something went very wrong. Oh, yes. Yes, I know what went very wrong. Okay. Host /TV. Okay, so what I'd want to do here is insert into pay gateways values. I kind of want to break out pay gateways into its own schema now. Ah, crapola. So now we also need an encrypt and decrypt little helper. Okay, let me go take a look at this again. Whoops. Okay, did not find any relations. We can always go back. We're never stuck in the future. I actually would like to change the name of this. Okay, I think addresses might be able to go on its own, but we'll see. All right, so for example, okay, pay gateways, customer pay gateways, pay vaults. And then where was prevent delete? I think prevent delete goes with the audit log. Okay, okay. There we are. Okay. Good music, huh? All right, so what are we doing from here? Do you think SDT is a good path? Look, I'm old. I don't know what all this stuff means. Senior developer engineer in test. Is that right? Okay. Software development testing. I don't know. I've never there I the very first company that I ever worked for had specific testing, but I don't understand what that field is, because in most of the places where I work, you're expected to test your code. Like, the dev team tests its code before the code goes into production. So I don't know what it's like. I've heard of the Six Sigma stuff, but I don't really know about it. That's the best I got. Okay. Woof. It's getting more and more hardcore around here. All right, so now I've got that. All right, that was so that I could look at pay gateways. So that I could see this table right here. Our credit card fingerprint. Base URL. And API secret. How did that get unsecreted? And so what I was going to do here is have examples. Pay gateway. Please tell me this has a CLI. It probably doesn't. But please tell me it does anyway. Lie to me. Lie to me. So currently in your team, there are no QAs. In the organizations that I work for, no. They're smaller companies. No command? Oh, yeah, I need to ask the other one here. I forgot. I'm in the wrong GPT. I wish that it would separate the chats by which GPT I'm using. Dang. XXD to generate UUID. Do we really not have a command line tool for this? Is this true? We do not have a command line UUID? All right, let's try this. Write a UUID generator in Zig. It should support only version UUID v4 and UUID v7 and default to UUID v7. Let's see what it can do. Oh, let's see. Are UUIDs part of the standard library in Zig? That'd be amazing. Okay, I gotta remember how to go there. We go to documentation first, and from documentation we click standard library. And then we do a UUID. I wonder if it'll run. Let's just try it. There's a very good chance it will not work. Jippity is not the best at Zig. Of course, no one is yet, but okay, something went wrong there. Okay, that was just bad output. Okay. Where was I building Zig the other day? Was that not here on this computer? Oh, there it is. All right. I think the reason for that is that U16 now goes on this side, which makes more sense. Okay. Okay. I can probably fix this. Oh. Get random. Okay. Let's see. Ah, whoop, nope, not what I wanted. Let's bring it back, bring it back, bring it back. Okay, we need to do this like this. How do we get random on Windows? Okay. Maybe let's take a step back. Okay, I don't think I'm going to get this one figured out in time. Maybe I will. See, posix get random. Buffer, U8. So actually this should work. See if we can understand how truncate works. Integer, any type, return any type. Wait, this is what I did the first time. Oh, this is on what line? 23? Oh. So let me go check that documentation again. Yes. Integer truncation. Truncate A. CD, the lowest bytes. Okay, so we need to go from um, how do I convert from uint to int? I64 to U64 in Zig. Okay. Okay, where's version at? Keys. Arg keys, args, arg? What? Okay. Boom. Okay. So I don't know if this is going to work out the way that is the version supposed to. In the most 4 significant bits. Okay, so I think what we're saying here is there's 1 byte, 2 byte, 3 byte, 4 byte. Since they're shifting it over 28, I'm a little unclear. I guess it should be a U32, and that should be that, and then we're shifting it over. Maybe we should shift over the 28 here. Not really clear on how that works. I'd have to go look at the spec for this. Okay. Well, this is good. Now we're getting all the way back up to the important stuff, I think. Okay. 57, I think. Okay. Let's see what buff print says. Oh. Okay, I think what we can do here is just use X. I think that was some sort of strange hallucination. Let's see. Okay, buff. So I don't actually want a buff print. I just want a format, right? Standard font format. Okay, maybe I do want a buff print. Okay. Let's see. How do I declare 36 byte U8 on the stack. Yes, I do want to initialize it to 0. Might as well. Let's see. String, string, string. Where are strings? I'll go with arrays. Okay. Can I say just give me whatever's there? That's not a thing. Okay, probably not. All right, that's fine. I guess it kind of makes sense. We're just gonna okay, I'm gonna do var a equals this, a dot length equals 37, a dot join okay. $36. Okay, great. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take that 36 there. I'm just gonna load them up. I think that's how it works. Let's try that. Okay. What's my problem here? Oh, okay, I got it. I got it. So I just need to try, right? Okay. Dang it. Okay, let's try this again. How to fill a array in Zig. Okay, we can say it's undefined. All right. Okay. All right, so something's going on here. We're getting close. Well, I don't really want the Zig version anyway. Okay. This is kind of silly, but this is one of those things. I don't know. Everything I do is silly. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Okay, so what are we doing? Oh, and I have not been looking at the question or the chat here. Okay. So it's I think it's close, but okay, now that I'm understanding this, I need to look at a regular UUID and kind of noodle about it for a second. Can't believe we don't have a command line UUID tool. That's just insane to me. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So what can we understand from this? 1, 2, 3, 4 bytes. So 4 bytes, 2 bytes, 2 bytes, 2 bytes, and then, whoops, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 bytes. So does that make sense? So that's going to give us 6 bytes. That's going to give us 12. It's going to be 16 bytes total. Okay, so that kind of makes sense. So let's see if we can noodle about what's going on here. We have a random component. So if I just were to run this over and over again. I should be able to watch. Okay, so there's a counter portion here somewhere. I mean, let's see what's going on. So how is this different from what we should be getting? So here we have extra bytes in the random portion. And the front portion doesn't look really good. This is what I should expect. This is what I'm getting. So let me take a look at this one. Okay, let's generate 5 of them. All right, let's generate 10 of them. Let's generate 100 of them. Okay. Let's generate 100 again. Okay, so it looks like everything past the 7 appears to be random. It appears that only these 4 bytes and these 2 bytes, meaning 6 bytes, it looks like there's only 6 bytes. Let's see what the spec says. Okay. Milliseconds since epoch. All right. UUID version. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and do it. Okay. Milliseconds since epoch, UUID version, 2 bits variant, 2 bits random. Okay. I'm just going to copy the image here and copy that too. All right, let's go back over here. I'm going to add a README. And what can we make of this? What do I believe about this? Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bytes. 6 bytes times 8. I think that's going to be 48, right? 48 bits. 48 bits. Okay. So that means that's a 64. So I think what we want, time low. So we don't care about the highest bits. That's what I think. So we're going to truncate 16, 16, 16. That should give us 48, right? Okay, well, why not just go time high and then truncate again 32? Okay, and then do we need to worry about the version? I mean, I'm just thinking about the way this thing's output. It seems like we could go... I guess I don't understand why we would need to do this. We can pretty much do this with 16s the whole way down, can't we? So that's just 2... Okay, again, let me... It seems like time low could just be the lowest 32 bits, right? Okay. Let me look at this again. So we definitely could have the lowest 2 bytes, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so let's just organize it the way that this is. So we got the lowest 2 bytes. So let's say that's 16. And then let's say that this goes to 32. Okay, now we've captured all 48 bytes that we want, right? Timestamp is let's modify this ever so slightly. Okay. I do not understand how to read this table, by the way. This does not make sense to me. Well, these are bits, and these are bytes. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what this is. What this is saying. Because what this should mean is that this is Unix timestamp. Okay. I'm just, I don't know what to make of this. Anybody else know what to make of this? 8 bits. But, so this is counting to 10. I guess that's where I'm getting really confused. Is it 0, 1, 2, 3? So, oh. 10, 20, 30, 31 bits. That doesn't make any sense. So then this is 32, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 31 bits plus, and then we're saying this is 15 bits. So that is 31 plus 15. That's 46 bits. Am I reading that right? If this is saying, well, this is starting at 0. No, this is the 0th bit. Okay, the 0th bit. So that's the 32nd bit. Okay. And then, okay, so that's saying 48 bits. So yes, the Unix timestamp is 48 bits. That is such a weird way to represent that. I have no idea how that's supposed to. Okay, and then the version is going to take up 4 bits. And then random. Okay, so let's try this. So we know that the way that we're going to print this out is going to be the lowest 2 bytes, which is a U16. And then we're going to have the high part, which is going to be that. Okay, that works out. So let's get rid of that. And we don't really need to have the version, because the version is going to be in with the random bytes. So we're going to take some of the random bytes. We're going to take whichever 2 random bytes we want, and then another 2 random bytes and a bunch of other random bytes. So I don't really get where the time comes in as being important there. So let's just say, you know, time high is U32, time low is U16, version random A is, I mean, really, that's not even that big of a deal, because then we're just taking the version and the variant. So the version is just a U8, and we're just gonna plop that. Well, I guess it needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4. It needs to be a U32 in order to apply it as a mask. And then we're going to have the variant. So the version is going to apply to well, we're just gonna take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so we're taking 10 bytes. Oh, we'll figure this out. But in terms of formatting it, I mean, I'd rather get it working first and then worry about the rest of the stuff. So let's say we've got a version. Let's just say we only have to worry about the 2 bytes that it is. And then let's say random A is these 2 bytes. Okay. So we'll call that random 1. And then there's going to be a variant And then there's going to be a random 2. And then there's going to be a random 3. And then there's going to be a random 4. So that's the way I'm thinking about it. Which, you know, if we could get all 4 of those into one, then great. But I don't know. Let's just get it working for now. I'm saying, okay, so. Okay. All right. Okay, so version U32 is just going to be okay, I think I see where that other one was coming from. But I don't want to use it that way. So we're going to have a const version mask. Wait, I'm a little confused. Because from my perspective, it looks like this is... I think this is wrong. So this would actually be 80 bits. But who's counting? Time high equals time high. Version equals version. Oh, wait, no. So version and random 1 are going to go together. Variant and random 2 are going to go together. Then there's going to be random 3. And random 4. Okay. Okay, that's what it's going to be. And then the way that we're going to arrive at this let me get chat back on top here because I accidentally put chat down below. Let me get some of my windows out of the way. So in case anybody says hello, I can say hello back. Always. Okay. Random bytes. Okay, get random bytes. As random bytes. Okay, I want to look at this because I want to understand it. But I don't want to let myself get lost in the weeds over it. This is kind of weird bit shifts. And so it's 4, 6, and 10. Yeah. Now let's see if Jibbity can help me. Maybe, maybe not. How can I assign random bytes to the following variables? So what we would do is we would have RND1 U16 oops. So 2222 All right, let's do it. I think this is true. I think this is actually how it works. Okay, now where were the variant bytes before? What are the UINT, or no, UUIDv7 variant bits? Okay. Okay. So version, again, version is just a U16, right? Yes. Okay, let's try this. What if we do U16 equals this shifted 8 bits up? Okay. Okay. All right. Is it 0? Hold on, what's going on? 0B111. That's 7. Oh. So that would be going up not just 8 bits, but 8. So that would be going up 12 bits, right? Okay, wait. The version is 1, 2, 3, 4 bits. So 4 bits. So we've taken that high. Oh, we're just shifting it over 8. Okay, we're just shifting it over 8. Or are we just shifting it over 4? I'm so confused. No, we are shifting it over 12, right? Well, we'll see when we do it. Okay. Okay. All right. So maybe we can just do this as a const. Or we can do this as a const. But then, like with this one, the variant is only two bits for the variant. 0B10. Okay, so those 2 bits truly must be that high. So then variant mask is going to be okay, those 2 bits must be very high, so it's going to be shifted 14 because of the top 2 bits. Okay, so then the variant mask. I guess, okay, in this case, the variant... Okay. So the purpose of the variant mask is to say you can keep all your bits. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me try to get that in hex. I don't think it's going to make as much sense in hex, so I'm likely to just keep it like this. 3F. Okay, so it's 2 bits, and then another 2 bits, so that's 4 bits, and that's 8 bits, that's 10 bits, right? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 0x3ff. Alright, so then to preserve this, we just need to wrap the whole thing with an AND. Variant mask. Or version mask. Right? Did I make it? Okay, there we go. Now I'm going to return that, and then when it comes to the toString, we got a different problem, which is that there's going to be, let's see, time high UID dot time low UID dot version random 1 UID dot version random 2 UID dot random 3 UID dot random 4. Okay, so what is this going to look like? It's going to look like see, 32 bits, 16 bits, 16 bits, 16 bits, and then the time high and time low. Let's see. So it's going to be time. Wait, this is time high, right? Or am I wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ah, yeah. So that should be time high. That's 4 bytes of time high. So that's a U32. 2, 3, 4. And that's time low. That's a U16. Okay. So that's basically what it looks like. Okay, so we're going to have time 32, time 16, version, variant, random. Variant, of course. Ah, yes. Random 3, random 4. Ah! Variant, random 2. Okay, so I think I got the bits flipped. I'm not sure. Something certainly didn't work out right with the time high. I think it should have only gone down 16 for one thing. Okay. 1, 2, 3. So let's take a look at the ID. Okay. So the problem that we have here is that it's not padded. Okay, I think I see where the problemo is. Specifier. Argument. Alignment. Width. X. Okay, so let's try this then. I think it's X colon 0. And then the total width in code points. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8. Oops. All right, cool. So since we have random components here, we would also need to duplicate that over here, because that could be entirely random. So here, I think we only need 4. And then here, and here, we need to use, let's see, what was random 4? Random 4 is probably the most, but I don't remember how many bytes is. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's probably 8 here and 4 there is my guess. Yeah, that looks like that's how we left it. Wow! I'm just a regular zig rider. Just a regular zigger. All right, now it's gone from Zig GPT to just Zig. Okay. Okay. Cool. Oh. All right. Wait. What? Okay, is that available on Linux too? No, it's not. Okay. All right, so wasn't a total waste. If I can get this to work in Windows, then I've really got something. So, let's see. Okay. How can I get random values on Windows? Hmm. Boom, there we go. Okay, what else was I gonna do? I wanted to try to figure out how to get this random on Windows. That's no longer available in the v0.14 preview. We have these. What's up, everybody? Oh, sorry, I didn't see... Oh, no, never mind. I thought there were some comments there. I had another window covering up the comments a little bit. Okay. All right. Here's the documentation. All right. How do I switch on OS to use that on Windows and the POSIX function on everything else? Okay, so I don't think I want to pass in the random function. Well, maybe I should, I don't know. What, is there a more idiomatic way to write this? I don't think that it's os.getRandom. I'm pretty sure it was POSIX. POSIX. Oh, I slipped back into my old ways of saying the wrong type of... Okay, .c.get random. Fair enough. What does this mean? Oh, runtime library. Okay. Oh, dang it. I just did this in the time. Was it timeout? POSIX utilities timeout? Built-in.os.tag. Okay. I don't understand. Let's try the absolute latest bleeding edge zig. There it goes. Almost. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. All right, so maybe let's not do it that way. Maybe let's do it this way. Let's try it. Let's see what happens if we do it this way. Oh, you know what? I know what's going on. I know what's going on. I know what it is. Okay, so the problem is so we need a build tag for POSIX. So there's a difference between... Okay, we probably shouldn't even try for the C random. Actually, let's back up from that. I think that's the problem. Okay, and indeed it is. Okay, so now the question is, could we do the build matrix? Okay, let's edit this one more time. Oh, that's not the one we want. Okay, so the important things that we found were... Oh, I already closed it out. There was a Python. Okay, cool. Oh, okay. Now, how do I build it for all the things? I think I had that over... I think I did have that over here. Completely lost sight of what I was doing and got lost in Zig. Forgive me. Fingers crossed. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, how about the free BSDs? Zig targets. Ooh, we don't have BSD support in Zig yet. That's sad. All right, well. Let's just try to do it for everything that we can. And see what happens. For B target N. All right, alias min Zig targets. Oh, holy goodness. How can I automate the Zig build process to include all popular variants such as ARM, AMD 64, ARM 64, ARM v6L, MIPS, MIPS 64, LE, Windows, BSD, Dragonfly, Linux, Mac OS, etc. Okay. Can using build.zig make it better? Okay. All right. How can I find all supported permutations? Yes. But not all. Okay. All right. Let's see. Does it support OpenBSD? Yep. Okay. Interesting. So, how do we get... Of course it supports Plan 9 and ZOS. Fuchsia, wow. Yikes, that's a lot. That's a lot. Is that as much as it looks like? It is. It is very much as much as it looks like. $391 kilobytes. Well, I got rid of 1 kilobyte. Okay. And then this doesn't look very important. Okay. Okay, CPU features. Okay, now I think we're down to something manageable. Okay, that took out a lot. All right. Here's the currently supported list of Zig targets. Make me a build .zig that supports all of the following that are supported. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my timeouts thing. We're going to look at... Oh, no, we don't have releases for that. What's the most recent thing I released then? I released something with Go recently. RunZip. I released RunZip recently. Okay. So this one has 81 different assets. Okay, so we're going to do... Okay. Let's see. So we don't have... Oh, okay, we do have ARM. This is such a stupid joke. Because Big Indian is backwards and Little Indian is forwards, so they put ARM EB. It doesn't actually make sense because it'd be ARM BE. And yeah, it's whatever. Let's see if this works. Zig build. I don't think we want to install yexe.install. I don't think we want that. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, so let's try this. Build.zig. We'll get rid of the install. Huh. Okay. How do we do zig build? Okay, here we go. Zig build. Add executable. Star standard.build. That's what we're looking for. Oh. Okay, add executable. name. Okay, dot name equals UIDv7. Uh-oh. Standard target options. That scares me. Oh no. Okay, CPU arch. CPU arch. Oh no. Standard target query. No. I need an example. No. Okay, well, maybe our best bet is actually to use a shell script at the current moment. Okay, let's go back to the shell script approach. What's up, Vishnu? So I accidentally started building a Zig program. It was an accident. It was an accident. No, I have no interest in doing that. Like, this is something at least that I wanted to do. I just didn't intend to do it today. Zig just happens to you. Let's hope so. I like, the problem with Zig is that there's no documentation at all. Well, okay, you can search for any function, and I'm starting to learn how to do it. But everything changes every weekend, and there's no examples. You know, so, but it makes sense when there's no documentation. I mean, when the APIs are changing every day, you're not going to spend a lot of time writing documentation, because you want to document things, you know, and ideally documentation is generated from the code, whatever, but you need holistic examples. Like, most of the functions do not have any documentation whatsoever. It is the function signature. That is it. At least in the things I'm coming across. I do like the Zig by example. I need to go through this sometime. Do we have everything like this needs a date. Two years ago, 5 months ago. I do want to do some Zig by example for sure. It would be my dream come true to be able to ditch JavaScript for Zig. To have Go and Zig. I mean, I guess I couldn't ditch JavaScript. Maybe, I don't know, I could ditch Go for Zig. I want to be writing in Zig on the daily. That's how I'd like to be living my life. But then I'd have to communicate with people. And people that have strong opinions that are even stronger than mine, and probably, in some cases, more well-formed and justified. That'd be terrible. Okay. So yeah, this is not helpful at all to me. But okay, let's see what we got here. I'm gonna use ye old build.sh. What the letter L? Oh, Boolid. Boolid. That's why. Of course. Of course it's Boolid all. What do we got here? Look at it go. Hold on. We're gonna fix this a little bit better. I actually don't want any output other than we'll do a little bit of that. Okay. What the heck is GNUX32? That sounds terrible. Let's not do that one. What's GNUT? It's weird. What is Arch Linux? What up, Jesus? What is the topic of the day? The topic of today was supposed to be continuing to work on some payment stuff, but I accidentally started working on some Zig stuff, and this is this is why I can never get the credit card payment stuff done, because getting paid for the work is not as fun as the work. Oh man, yeah, I got a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just about ready to call this one quits, or to move away from this and move on to the thing that I was supposed to be doing. Yeah. Okay. This is not what yeah, this is garbage. The other one that it gave me is pretty good. Okay, so let me run that one again. The original build script. Oh, whoops. Except I do want to do RG area here. Actually, you know what I want to do? I want to do T. Error.log. RG. There we go. I don't know that much about Mexicans, to be honest. Let's see. Well, now I'm an expert. Now I'm an expert after all. Turns out I knew everything that I needed to know the moment that you joined the chat. Crisis averted, situation normal, everything's fine now. Now that you're here. Okay, so WASM32 freestanding muscle, Spark 64, Linux GNU, Spark Linux GNU. Okay, we're not doing either of those. 390X Linux. Sounds like a workout program. Linux 390X. M68K. Isn't that the one from the 80s? What I'm much more interested in, do we have any of the BSDs in here? No, we don't. Okay, but I think all of the ones that are here are also there. Right? Yeah. Okay, so I think I'm free to get rid of these. What is it? So I want to get me some BSD and all that as well. Is there something in which you can Oh, the music is... It's supposed to be piano. That's the playlist. It's OC Remix. It's under the piano tag, but it ends up being everything with piano, not things that sound like piano. Everything that is tagged as having a piano or a synth piano in it. So, yeah. Let's see. Let me take a look here. What's a 4/4 time signature? Was that like a waltz? Let's try the 4/4 time signatures. Okay. Anyway, yeah, if you wanted to work on something, I don't know, we'd have to talk. Like right now, it's not a good time for me to get into a deep conversation about, but so I'm working on, this is the core of what I'm working on, but okay, let me explain how I got on this rabbit hole. So I'm doing a pay gateway proxy, and there's several advantages to that. I've talked about a lot over the past few days. I don't want to spend another 15 minutes on it, but essentially, even if you're using Stripe, there's a lot of advantages to having a pay gateway proxy. You can hide all of the traffic that's going to Stripe if you were using Stripe, so that people don't know you're using Stripe, so that they can't tweet at Stripe and say, it's a Tuesday and you should cancel this company and freeze their accounts, because Stripe does that all the time. I don't know how much you're aware of the politics right now in the United States are insane. Like, it's all out warfare. Anytime somebody doesn't like someone else, they just dig up something from their history and then tweet it at some company or their employer or their payment processor or whatever, and then just get their accounts frozen. And it's happened a ton. It hasn't happened as much in the last, I think this past year, it hasn't happened as much as like the last 6 years before that, but it has gotten pretty bad. Anyway, so also if you have the fingerprint, you can actually do security checks for your customers. You don't have to store the card, but you just pass the card through and make sure that you have all the information about your customer. So that's what I'm doing. And I need to encrypt some values, and I wanted to set something up as a command line tool. And then I thought, well, wait, we don't have command line tools for generating UUIDs. Is this real? And so then I thought, oh, I'll do one real quick in Zig. And then, 4 hours later. So that's how it goes. That's just how it goes. So also, I want to build for the BSDs in here. I don't know how to add BSD targets, but basically, let me go back to Jippity for a minute. This sounds terrible. Oh, sorry, did I leave the other one open? I left the other one open. No wonder. Okay, let's try this again. Here's a list of targets from Go, which I'd like to support. There's so many projects that I'd love some help working on, but it takes so much time to articulate things. I really would need to work with somebody who's at expert level for most things, or who's like very, very confident in just figuring stuff out. So one project I've got going that's not going much of anywhere right now is, well, now this I haven't worked on in a while, is an iPhone app with Swift UI to be able to connect to Samba shares and sync photos. So basically photo sync, except I don't want to, like $25 for what they do. It sucks. You can't even select albums. Like they're missing basic features. Their experience sucks. What they offer is that you can sync to all of these platforms, 90% of which I don't care about. If I want to sync, I want to sync to my Windows computer or to my Mac or to my Linux box, right? That's where I want to sync my photos. That's the reason I don't want to use iCloud. I don't want to not use iCloud because I wanted to use Dropbox or one of 100 other commercial services. I am not using iCloud because I want things to be private, right? So that's one. There's a whole slew of everything from email, getting an email server set up, a self-hosted email server set up. Everything related to self-hosting and small business, everything. Email is a big one. Dashboards for reports. I got a ton of projects, man. Like if you were just like, oh, I'm just itching for a project. Dude, I got projects. But I'm looking for everything that I'm looking for is either Zig or, sorry, Zig is not number one. I happen to be doing Zig. Zig, Go, JavaScript, Swift UI, Android, Jetpack components. Like those are the things, or just like general web stuff, like web front ends. Okay. Whoops. Okay. So did any of that sound interesting? All right, let's see how it did. It would be so nice if I could just copy from one of these lists, but you know, being able to copy from both is probably going to work out just fine. I want to see what's the number of lines on here. $39. It only matched up 39 of them. Okay. Let me see. So I am not the one to assess worthiness. If you're looking for projects to jump on, it's really, you know, what is your interest level and what is your skill level. I'm not going to say, hey, you're qualified or not qualified. I mean, it's just projects. It's just working on stuff, right? There's also another, just real quick, another thing that I want to do. I would love to do. There's a number of projects that would benefit mankind that need to get done that have never been done consistently. One of those is re-implementing all of POSIX in Zig or TinyGo, but TinyGo is not going to work because you need all the syscalls. So, but Zig would work, but Zig isn't ready enough to do it. So then you could say, well, Rust. But getting all of POSIX rewritten, all of the command line utilities rewritten one by one from LS and on in a modern, sane language so that you could install it on Windows, Mac, Linux, whatever. And then from there, if you had the base set down where it worked the same on BSD as it would on Mac and Dragonfly and Illumos and you know, all of it, just the standard POSIX utilities. Then from there, we could actually start to extend and make some things that we don't have. Like, for example, there's not a standard stat command to be able to return file size. Anyway, so platform engineer for a cognitive assessment company as a consultant. I don't know what that means. I'm looking for things today. Research and development is my day-to-day. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, I mean, you'd have to tell me if you think any of that sounds interesting. You know, I could go into detail more. One of the things that's the most difficult, that's not actually that difficult. It's just tedious. It's tedious. Okay. I was talking about this earlier today. We need, and this is part of this. This is kind of how I got on this track, is we need these tools for a lot of cryptographic primitives, being able to create PIM files and stuff like that. That's what Go is excellent at. Go is excellent at that. And you can use TinyGo to get reasonable size builds that, you know, people would actually feel comfortable with on their system, rather than them being, you know, 5 megabytes a piece. They'd be, you know, couple hundred kilobytes. So for example, RunZip is one that I made the other day because, again, I just doing stuff. 45 bytes. That's in TinyGo. This is a RAR unzipper. So I had some RAR files. I needed to unzip them. I didn't want to brew unrar for a few different reasons. And I was like, how hard could it be? Maybe the game has changed. And then I ended up creating and publishing runzip off of somebody else's library that was written in pure Go. The thing that I want is to avoid C and C++. Just like clean break, stop. Don't do it. Having all of those in a sane language, Go, Zig, Rust. I mean, even if it was in Go and it was large, but the syscalls were available, you have something that you can compare to. I would love to see all of POSIX. I don't think that in order for the benefit that I'm talking about to exist, I don't think that all of POSIX needs to be implemented in all of Zig, Go, and Rust. But I'd love to see all of the POSIX utilities, the POSIX shell, everything implemented in Zig, Go, and Rust, and in just the simplest way possible. I'm very minimalist. But anyway, that was. But the email server has two components. The setup for the email server should be a lot simpler now with tools like Caddy, but sending mail is one thing and receiving mail is another thing. And I think the state of the art for sending mail is still Haraka. I don't know if there's anything else that has outcompeted Haraka in terms of something that you can either purchase or get for free. Not a subscription. The thing that, like, my goal in life is eventually to help people that want to get off of subscriptions for their businesses to be able to get off of subscriptions and actually have a relationship with their customers with products at a cost that makes sense. Because right now, the only way you can have a business is if you've got billions of dollars of investment that all comes from the government printing money. It all comes from the Fed. And that's not a good cycle. It's terrible. We need to people need to be able to, with just a little bit of money, because nowadays, I mean, it's not like the 80s anymore. You don't need $1 million to have an internet company. You should be able to, for $5 a month, service 1 million customers. That's not, that shouldn't be a problem. Anyway. Well, the stuff I'm talking about is not like it's stuff that I'm working on here and there as I can. It's not directly related to my clients. It's the change I want to see in the world. Try to shared processing? Well, no, because right now we have VPSs and all that, right? So the problem is that the core technology has been lost to time. Like all of the conveniences that are available today, everything that we have with Let's Encrypt, with the newer, like a lot of it's just cryptography stuff, right? Like certificates and PIMs and keys and a lot of it's that. A lot of it is primitives that didn't exist before that exist now. So everything is an as a service. Okay, here's the core problem. And I say this all the time. The core problem is this. The old way of business, 1 banana, $1. 5 bananas, $1.50 a piece. 10 bananas, $5 for the lot. The new model, 1 banana, free. 2 bananas, $5. 3 bananas, call for enterprise pricing. And we've got, this is, fundamentally, I don't believe that this is good. Fundamentally, I believe that this is going to have far-reaching negative consequences. We need to have some businesses that provide products to customers not juggle users for investors, but provide products to customers. And right now you can't, all of the technology is so far out of reach, you can't do anything. You know, everything's a subscription. Let's see. Capitalism mounted over communism. Yeah, we need to get back to capitalism. Or to put it more directly, we need to get back to the free market. Because when the government is funding all of the tech businesses through the interest rates to investors, the government is essentially in control of everything. I mean, you see that if somebody honestly says that they don't think that CNN is in bed with Washington, it's so hard to just, like, how can all of the tech corporations, all of them, how can all of them have the exact same opinions? How can there be no diversity or genetic algorithm stuff? You know, like, there's something fundamentally wrong, and it has to do with the way the money is flowing. We are trending towards communism. We are trending away from free market. And I hesitate to use the term capitalism because capitalism is, you know, a really ambiguous term. It's really difficult to describe it. Free market is pretty, I think it's a little easier. Free market means that you are not compelled, you have offerings available. The free market is not under control. When Apple and Google control the majority of the market, that's not a free market. So anyway, what's up, TB? So anyway, as far as I know, Haraka is still the best way to go. We need better DNS tools. That's another thing. I think the number one technical challenge is getting DNS automated, because everything hinges off of DNS. If your DNS is easy to configure, if you can just have an API key and then boom, configure DNS, then getting something like Haraka spun up is no challenge at all. There's still some things that need to be automated from Haraka, but Haraka's only half the solution because it sends mail. Then you have to have something to receive mail. So Haraka is SMTP, but you need the processing on the other side, and I don't know what does that. My previous reasoning is not possible to change that from the current society science. I think it needs to be farmed in a completely new society without history to implement a new language and science. I mean, that's what everybody wants to do, right? Everybody on all sides wants down with the system. You know, throw it all out and burn it away. Wait, was Haraka for receiving or for sending? Sorry, I thought it was for... No, is this one for receiving? It's been so long since I looked into it. Okay, let me look again. What is MTA? SMTP. Mail transfer agent. Okay, so this is sending, right? We connect via SMTP and we send messages with an MTA. Okay. Or is this receiving then? I'm a little... I don't even remember which direction it was. Scalable outbound. Yeah, anyway. I have to get back to that later. But I think it seems like there should be something in Go for that. That's something that should not be left to Node.js. Anyway. Okay, what was I doing? I'm going to see if I can get these targets to build, and then I'm moving on. I've said that a billion times today. Blah! Okay. Okay. Okay, so these are the ones that are different, right? No, these are the ones that are common. So what I want is I want the ones that are in 3 that are not here. So let's try this. Okay, good. That's what I was looking for. If y'all don't know about COM, they can make your life so much better. You can do intersections and unions and all that nice jazz. Okay, so I don't think I need any of these, because I think all of those have actually been done. So let's see what works out here. All right. So, but I don't want anything charity. A charity powerful free server. No. Just that follows the model. Like, none of it should be free. All of it should be paid software, paid hardware, paid everything, right? Once we get to the point that we have something that we can sell. But no, nothing should be free, because free feeds back into that. Nothing's ever free. There's always some catch. If somebody's giving away something for free, there's something on the other end of it. And that's how we got into this problem of 1 banana free, 2 banana $5, which is an exorbitant price, 3 banana call for enterprise pricing, instead of 1 banana $1, 2 bananas 75 cents a piece, 10 bananas, $5 for the lot. So what I'm saying is that the costs should approach linear, right? You should be able to get to a point where things get cheaper, but then they don't get cheaper anymore because you've reached the limit, right? Like if I want to buy 6 Bic pens at Walmart, it's $2. If I want to buy a pack of 20, it's $10. If I want to buy 200, then it's I don't know what I said before. It should be $10, 100. It's like $50. But if I want to buy 1,000, that would be 5 times more. It's still $250. Like at some point, buying more, you don't get more of a discount. But what we shouldn't be at is where everybody gets everything for free. But then as soon as you want to pay, like, okay, say you want email, right? Okay, all email's free. But let's say that you want some of the paid features. Okay, it's $3 a month, no big deal. Well, $3 a month is pretty expensive for email. But okay, $3 a month, whatever. Actually, I don't just need email for myself. I need an email for my wife and I. So so that we're both part of the same domain. Oh, now it's, $20 a month per user. It's like, well, how did we go from it was free to paying $3 to have a custom domain to if I want to have 2 users on the custom domain, now I have to be on a Teams plan where it's, $10 per month per user or $20 per month per user. You know what I'm saying? Bro, you just ignore us. Where are you at, Vishnu? But no, you want me to go look up some dumb thing. Sorry. I mean, I don't mean to call your things dumb, but I don't want to do leak code, man. I don't want to do it. No, I was talking about Vishnu. Awesome guy. Awesome guy's Vishnu. He comes to the channel all the time. No, I wasn't talking to you about that. Sorry that came across that way. No, I was talking about Vishnu. Vishnu wants me to go check out some leak code stuff. But I don't want to check it out. Oh, sorry. Well, your written English is perfect. So No, I'm not doing it, Vishnu. I'm not doing your type race. No, you lost your I look up stuff that you tell me to privileges. You lost it, bro. Okay. Let's figure out why these builds are failing. I wish this conversation would happen in Spanish. Yeah. That'd be good. All right, let's see if I can figure out what's going on here. I want to see if the reason this is failing is because... Okay, syscall. Interesting. Okay, so what? Oh, I think I see what it's saying now. Okay, so all right, now I get it. Now I get it. Now I get it. So we probably can't do any of the BSDs right now. Because it doesn't have a libc for the BSDs. All right, got it. Okay. All right, so working.log. So these are the ones that work. And we're just going to replace them all. Okay. So now we're going to go back and get the ones that don't work. So these are the ones that don't work. Okay, now we need to do .star : space. Anyway, I try it. Ah. Okay, so what I want is the ones that are unique. Between failed sort, no. Oh, dang it. So I need to do that working thing again. I actually didn't. I did not what I thought I was doing. Okay, so I need to paste these. Oh, dang it. Come on. There we go. Do that. Yes. Okay, so now I need to sort. Get this in there. But now I need to do working sort failed sort. I actually want to get, I only want to see no, hold on, what do I want to see? So these are the ones that are common between them. That's not what I want, is it? Yes, it is. Okay. So this is what's common between them. I want to see the ones that are only in working. No, that's not right, is it? Oh, there we go. Here are the ones that are only in working. Okay. So I'm going to go back into build. Let's look at failed.log set number. Okay, there's 19 in here. What if I do 2 set number? Okay, there's 19. Okay, so basically, I couldn't do any of them because it doesn't have the libc for it. Okay, so we go back into the build.sh. Okay, so libc targets have their do not need to link against external libc. All right, so BSD is not there yet. That's what I'm learning. Okay, that's good to know. All right, give me a few minutes to wrap this up. Okay. So one more thing. I'm going to do one more thing and then I'll go back to the comments, but I'm trying to get something figured out here. Dot star target. Oops, target space. Okay. And then okay. So these ones, I want to make sure that these ones are included. So I'm going to do sort dash U. Put these in. Okay. And I probably should have done dash O. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. So now if I do com, and I only want to look at the ones that are special to prior log between working and prior, should be nothing. Okay, good. That's what I expected. If we look at the common ones, it should be all of them. That's what I expected. Okay, great. Okay, that's good. So that means we have all of the targets that can be supported are supported. Okay. So let's build all the things. And I'm going to put this up in that gist. And then I'm still not going to end up using this. Well, at least not right now. I mean, I don't have a way to do the build system on it. I do want to get to the point where I know how to do... Okay, we're going to do build.sh over here. Where was my gist at? Where my gist at? Where my gist at? Okay, well, I am going to make this public now that it's working too, by the way. Okay, so this is build.sh. Okay, update secret gist. And yeah, let's edit this and let's make it public. Okay. Let's see if we can add a width on this one. That's kind of big. Oh well. Seems a little too big. Okay, so let me go back. Oh my goodness, so much So much comments here that are coming in. I not understood you enough to follow this thing you're doing, but please, if there's something your subconscious or secondary thinking you want to share, discuss, please spit it. I'll be here. Okay. This is not people like you in this chaotic and little dumb platform in my life. What? If you were working in PowerShell. Yes. Yes. Actually, yes. I have a project where I would love some PowerShell help. I would love it. Yes. Okay. In fact, there's a PowerShell issue. There's a few PowerShell issues that perhaps you would be able to figure out. Here's a bug for Webby for PowerShell, and then we have some other. Let's see. We have some other things. This one needs to be updated. Yeah, that needs to be updated. The newest PowerShell isn't installing in some places because they changed the way the package was formatted. And then just in general, I started this project so many years ago. It's hard to believe it's thousands of commits. By so many, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was only 3. I want to see how long ago. There's only one. How do we get ahead of here? How do we get to the? Oh no. Okay, that's gonna take forever. Oh yeah, duh. What I need to do. Hold on. It feels like forever ago, but it wasn't really that long ago. All right, let's do this. We'll get into here. And if you take a look at it, I think you'll understand it. I want better Windows support, for sure. Okay, initial commit was 2020. So over 4 years ago, I started this project, and there's some things that I know a lot better now than I did then, of course. I became an expert in POSIX Shell through this project. But this is cross-platform installers for DevTools and other utilities. So this is just what's in the showcase. If you wanted to actually see everything, there is a sitemap. And you can see all the tools that are available. But not all of them are listed in the showcase. So anyway, it's... You know, and this one is a fairly high-profile project. So, if you look at it there, it's almost got 2,000 stars, and that you know, it took the first few years to get the first 1,000 stars, and then it looks like by the end of the year we'll hit 2,000. So, you know, it's becoming more popular. So this is I think this is my highest profile project. I have other projects that have more, there's more people that use them, but they're not as loved, maybe. Anyway, so yeah, I would love to figure out how to make the PowerShell better. Webby is the GOAT. Thanks, Elon. Yeah, if you want to hit me up on Discord, here's the Discord link. Jesus. Doing Android dev right now. Sweet. Yeah, you'll love Webby. If there's something that it's not for everything. It's for modern tools. So there's a lot of stuff that just isn't going to be on here, and you're going to have to use Brew. But what I want is alternative to the things that you have to install with Brew. The things that require Brew, why can't we have them in a sane language that can be compiled cross-platform? That's the question. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to shut that one down. I actually do want to convert this into a real repo. How do I do that? Where's the clone? Where's my clone button? Where is the clone button? Oh, they put it under... Okay, whatever. Alright, so I'm going to do this real quick, and then I'm done. And then I'm done. I'm moving on. Not sure where I should put this one. I'll put it under BNNA. I have too many organizations. Do I want to put this under BNNA? Maybe not. I'll just put it under my personal for now. Yeah. So, yeah, it's... Flutter was just updated recently because they changed their package format. That's one frustrating thing is people don't think of their releases API as an API. And so they just change stuff. But okay, so we're going to take this one. Hold on. One thing you got to do with all your repos, by the way, is make sure you link them back to yourself, because your SEO will get stolen by bots. Okay. So I really... Let's see, 48 bits. Timestamp. Let's see. That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's try this. I'm going to just try to describe this real quick. So So 16 bits.
I'll be here too. It's a promise. Thanks, Squall. Next time we'll meet for sure.
4-bit version. So then let's say okay, what was the total number of bits here? So 16, okay.
You were afraid of losing us? Is that why you kept your distance?
I was always alone.
Squall, you missed out on all the good things in life.
Okay, let me... What am I doing?
I don't want the future. I want the present to stand.
I'm gonna make my own.
I want to stay here with you.
I don't know what to do. For the first time, I don't know which way to go. I've fallen for you. Noah, am I just supposed to let you go?
Try to describe this a little bit better. Oh, you know what I can do? Hold on. Alright, this is gonna be terrible, but great. Let me finish this description. So that was gonna be... So that's not quite what I want. Okay, and then the next... Ugh, what am I thinking? It's like 52. So this was a full 32 bits of random, and then another... So basically we had 64 bits. So this should add up to 64 bits, and then this should be 64 bits. But... Okay, so 64 bits... version plus random. And this would be... Okay. Did you join, Jesus, did you join the Discord? Ping me. So there's a bunch of people I gotta wave to. Alright. Okay, 4-bit version. 2-bit. Okay.
Next time, we'll meet for sure.
Okay, so and then what was it? 62 bits. This is going to look so ugly, but it's going to turn out really well. Once it's rendered. Okay. So we got 32-bit time, 16-bit time. Oh, maybe I should have done it. Maybe I should have inverted the table. I might do that afterwards. Okay. We need like a very little case. Like a very small B for bit. Yeah, that's the right one, Jesus. Feel free to DM me. Okay, and so then
You're going out there to destroy them, right? Not to study, not to bring back, but to wipe them.
okay, so I'm going to do like this.
That's the plan. Yeah, I would. All right, I'm in.
Yeah, this was not helpful at all. Or I guess it was helpful at all, but it was very confusing. So I'm going to get rid of that. So this is going to be 8 hex cars high time. Variant plus random. Wait. That was 8. Okay, hold on. Let me check this out in Node real quick. Let's just do nibbles for a sec. What's up, Mehmet? Okay. So I'm looking at 16 here. Okay, so 8, 9, B, A. Okay. So we have 8, 9. Hold on. So A, B. That's it. Because we can't do C or D, E, F. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so it can be 8 or 9 or 10 or, I mean, A or B. That's it. That's all it can be. Because that's stuck. Okay, then... So then, wait, what do we get after that? 8, 8, 6, that's 16. So we got to subtract 4 from 32, right? Because 6, wait. Ah, bits. Okay, so all of this... All right, so that's... Okay. All right, my brain is struggling. There are 36 characters total. Okay. There we go. 32. So if that's 16, then the other 16 come from 12 characters here. There we go. That's what I needed. Okay, so I do want to know. Oh, let me get back to this, because the one thing that I was looking at here, wherever that was. All right, random A versus random B. I guess they probably spec this out. There we go. Okay. Let's see if I can pull this together. Okay. Where am I at here? So all right, what's the half? There we go. So what is it? Ah, that's not what I want. Okay, 3.5 RB. Right? Oh. RA is with version, RB is with var. Okay. Okay, and then what was I saying about this? So the last characters, last 12 characters. How is the feeling of the description of the physical status in mind? Woof. I'm getting more tired right about now. But I could pretty much code while sleeping. Okay. So this is 8, 4, 4, 4, 12. 16, 16. Okay, that's it. Okay, 2 var. And then what do we got then? That makes 14 RB. Boom. Okay, there and there. Got it. All right, so what I want to lay this out as for austerity. Okay, I think that that's actually fairly clear. I'd like to preview this, so I will. But I think that this is more clear than other things I've seen. Oh, that looks great. That looks absolutely great. I'm going to bring that up to the top. I probably should center all of these. Yeah, I'm going to center them all. But we're going to bring that up to the top. So all we need to do is center is to replace these on either end with the colon. Are you open to sharing where you work currently? I'm working in my shed. I'm in Utah. Oh, ha ha! Not what am I doing right now? Like when I'm working for clients. Yeah, I work for some clients in Provo and in Lehi, in Utah. Well, one's technically an international organization, but all the same. So I work for a business lifecycle management company, a cryptocurrency DAO, and a home automation company. Yeah. If you could let me see if the other, I don't think the other camera's still connected. No, it's not connected right now. Something happened and yeah. But I could show you. I got a fish room here. I'm doing all sorts of experiments with algae and stuff. What? Okay. Wait, what do you call the strings? Like this. Okay. All right. Da, 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 da. Okay, I don't want to bury the lead. Oh, and I should add, always the way. What was that markdown tool I found recently? There we go, that's it. I wonder if I could compile this on. Let me try zig at 0.13. I don't think it's going to work, but let's try it. Oh, cool. It does work. Excellent. Zig at latest again. Okay, so I'm going to update this. Okay, I do want to add the MPL. Let's see. Projects, BNNA. I think I got something under MPL there, right? Figures. Okay. You know, I need to, okay, this is what I need to do. I need to find where's the short version? Okay, there we go. Okay, set SE, set SU. Dang it! Mozilla public license, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm going to try to find where I have the short version somewhere. They keep on changing the canonical short version of these things. Oh, right. Okay, this one, is this one where I put the short form? Nope. Okay. I want to do the same thing for CC0 1.0. I've got that one up on my blog. All right, let's take a look. All right, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna do this thing. Okay, so what I'm looking for is the MPL 2.0 standard header. That's what I'm looking for. And there was one on open source. Okay. Oh, sweet. Hey, this is exactly what I was looking for. So they, I guess, recommend. Yeah, these are the two licenses they use. They either use MPL or they use public domain. That's great. I'm all about that life. These are the things that I recommend too. Licensing questions, ask Mozilla.legal. Sweet. It's interesting though, they don't do it the way that is prescribed in other places, which is probably fine. Okay. So here we are. So now when I want those headers, I got them. Ready to copy and paste, it will. There we go. These are all their recommended forms. All right, just these two? Yeah. Okay. What in the world is Sapir Wharf? Okay. Okay, going back to that for just a second so I can also update this. Okay. And by the way, I do put my home directory, my config files and stuff on the web now. Oh, that's another thing I forgot to do is put the form with the backslashes for things like this. Okay. All right, .config envmin path.env, and then what do I want to put in here is just one of the lines from zig build. And then let's just pick the most common ones. So we're going to be Linux Muscle, Mac OS, ARM, Windows, x86 GNU. Okay, so we'll pick these three architectures as our targets for basically modern systems. And we'll just say do and done. Okay, and then I'll drop down to SH to test it out. And looks like it works. All right, great. And then also what I want to do with this is I want to go ahead and package these up. So we're going to do tar. Let's see. Okay, what am I thinking now? Zig build exe, blah 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 blah. Target. if then else. Okay, I gotta remember how to do zip. Do I have a zip? Not unzip, but zip. Okay. Alright, that's the format. Got it. So it is going to be how do we normally do the version? Do we just do it like this? I think. Let's see. So we're going to build the target. Wait, do we have for the Windows ones? Okay, we need to rename those to exe. Okay. Oh, right. Okay. CVF. Is it capital J or CVZF? We'll just do GZ. It's not that big of a deal. The only reason we're doing tar at all is to keep, really just to keep the executable bit set. These are so small. I don't know if tars, they might grow in size being gzipped. Gzipping them may not help. Okay, so I think that this is what we're going to see here. Okay, so we'll look at that again. Actually, I want to swappy doodle these around. Okay, I actually don't want that. And then I want to echo. Let's see. How should I print this out? Should I say this contains UIDv7.exe? Is that the right? How should I say it? Added. I mean, just so you see what it looks like here. Okay, one more thing, which is that we want to make a dist folder. And there we go. Okay, let's see what's going on. Okay, so we've got that. So let's push that up. And then what else do we need to do with this thing to make it sing? Okay, I might want to do... nope, I like this. This is good. Actually, okay. There's one more change I want to make to the build script, which is that we should do... We're going to put the target... Okay, so we're going to build it out to a dist. Let's see. Like this. So we're going to build it. We're going to make a target directory. We're going to build it out to the target directory. Then, in order to package it, we're going to cd into the target directory. Then we will zip up a level or tar up a level. Okay, so we're going to go into the directory. We're going to... we should have already deleted the dist directory there, so we shouldn't have to worry about deleting anything else. So we can go ahead and get rid of... We can get rid of all of that, because we're going to be doing it fresh every time. So we're going to copy from the target in the target directory up to... No, wait. Okay, we already built it. So if it's a Windows, we just need to move it to the .exe. That's all we need to do. And then to zip it, we're going to zip it one directory up from where we're at as the name that we just gave it. Okay, that's much cleaner. And so then, yeah, that goes out to the dist. And then we'll do the same thing with the Linuxy side. Hey, how's it going, everybody? Okay, so we're going to rumruff. We don't need to rumruff anymore. We don't need to copy anymore. All we need to do is create the tarball in the directory above from the file. Well, you see, I'm doing all right. What's up, still needs work? Thanks for the reply. Okay, and then there's that whole thing. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Counting the lines there. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, okay. MPL 2.0. Whoops. Okay, artifacts, zip. Artifacts for easy publish to GitHub releases. Okay, all that's true. Oh yeah. So I have a video on this, Git rebase versus Git merge. Essentially, Git merge is just old. It's deprecated. Don't use it. Unless you're in a repository where you either do one or the other. You don't mix and match Git merge and Git rebase. Git rebase is a single history where everything is organized by the commit, and one commit leads to another commit. Git merge is done. It's hard to explain. Git merge is very difficult to explain because it's like a spaghetti monster. It kind of compares two states and then just takes the two states and diffs them, and then if it works out, commits it. So there's no history with merge. There's no way to figure out where something came from. When you look at a Git log after a merge, the commits are kind of in random order. So there's never, I have not used merge in a few years now. Rebase is a complete replacement for merge. But if you're in a repository where everybody's using merge, or you're on a team where everybody's using merge, then really the only place you're going to be able to use rebase is your feature branches. And that'll make it easier to manage your feature branches. So you check out a feature branch. Whenever you want to pull in the changes that have landed in main, you get rebase from main into your feature branch. If you're not doing atomic commits, if you're doing like Cowboy Wild West commits and you have no structure, rebase is not going to help you other than perhaps help you get out of the Wild West. But yeah. Okay. Let's see. Oh, where's my TOC gonna go? Here it is. But I have a a video. Let me see if I can grab it real quick. I think this one might be... I'm not sure if it's under Coolidge 86 or if it's under Beyond Code. But we'll go check real quick. But it's basically called, Now That You Have Used Git, Learn It. So check these out if you're interested. Come back and let me know or leave a comment there if they're particularly useful. Let's see. The first thing... So here's the playlist right there. I'm going to link you to that too. Boom. It's only gotten a few views and a few likes, but it's not pro quality. It's me doing my thing, right? Just like I do on stream, where I'm just saying, hey, this is how I do it. Look, I do it this way, I do it this way. You know, it's not, there's a little bit of editing on that one, I think, but it's nothing spectacular. Okay, now we can have an install section. Ah. Okay, actually, I'm just going to put this up without that for now. Okay. So now we have an actual repo for this. See the kind of things that happen? I start out doing one thing. 8 hours later, I've written a trivial program in SIG that was so trivial that GPT wrote most of it. Okay. All right, now where's my repo at? It's right here, huh? Repo points back to itself. Great. Oh, we didn't put a... What was the one? Runzip. Runzip has releases. Okay. Let's check Runzip releases. Just going to check and see what the link looks like, and I'm going to modify the link so that we have the links in advance. Okay, so did we build the dist yet? We built the new okay, we built the new ones. So let's say Linux okay. So it's going to be like this. UID B7. It's going to be Zig. Is that what I called it? What do I call it? Okay. What's up? Okay. So. Uh-oh. Oh. Huh, that's weird. Did I do the wrong one? Is it lowercase o? No, it's not. So I was using GPT earlier. So I don't really follow it as much as I just use tools when they're useful. Okay, not found. Got it. Makes sense. That's why it's not there, because I'm not found. Duh. All right. Okay, so anyway, yes, that was the correct way to do it. Was like this. Download from place in your path. see. Okay, then we're gonna do available for Windows, Mac, for Mac, Linux, and Windows, installable, buildable for free BSD, open BSD, etc. Okay. So we got that. So adding install instructions. Get tag v 1.0.0, get push tags. All right. And then we're gonna open up the disk folder here. And interesting. Hold on. Where are all the builds at? What did I do wrong? Zip. So we're going to move into that directory. And we're going to zip one up from that directory. It should put us in the dist folder. That should be... Oh, probably. Yeah, there we are. There we are. Because of alphabetical sort, I just didn't see them. Okay. Create a new release. Release title. Choose tag. 1.0. Generate the release notes. Okay. And then attach binaries by dropping them here. Do you really want me to do that? Sometimes it gets upset. It says, no, you can only do so many at a time. Let's see what it does. Might as well just do them all, you know? Hey, this is pretty cool. I'm glad that... And it did make it smaller. Look at that. It's like 1/10 the size for each of them. Excellent. Okay. So there we are. So that's it. Well, I mean, I could put it on Webby too. I'm not going to do that right now. But get it while it's hot. Oh, whoops, the install isn't there. Let's fix that real quick. Cool. Well, that was a terrible use of my time, if we're being honest. But, I shipped a thing. I don't know. It's just not the thing I meant to ship. I'm being productive, just not at the right things. Okay. Well, now we can rum rough that folder. Never need that one again. Okay. All right, where to go from here? All right, get rid of all those logs. Okay, what else we got in here? Y'all must love this music, huh? I getting more people here. I think it's the music that's doing it. Okay, so let's get out of there. One thing that I do want to do, though, is enjoy the spoils of my labor on this. Let me see if I can, in fact, install it. It's just... why don't we have these things? Why do they not exist? And I could have done it in Go. And it could have been available that much easier. I think a lot of the repos that I'm doing Zig in, I think I will end up using Go as well. Or having it dual. Because Go is super easy to generate with GPT and highly correct, much more correct than Zig is. I'm surprised how good it's getting at Zig. But anyway. Okay, what was I going to do? Oh, so I did all that for the Zig UUID v7. Now I need to install it. And I need to actually follow the install instructions. Let's see, so I'm Mac OS. So I'm going to do over here, B triplet equals. And then let's see if I can just copy and paste this thing and have it work. Ladies and gents, I did the thing. Hey! And it works on Linux too. What do you know? Okay, cool. All right. So now I can go into my scripts. Oh, whoops. I think I meant to do x64. Wait. Oh, it just happens to work. That's funny. Hold on. Yeah, this is what I was intending to get. So I will update the docs real quick on that one. Cool that it works anyway. Okay, let's try this one more time with feeling. If not, command-v uid v7, then v. Actually, I'm going to do one more thing while I'm here. I can't believe that I didn't do that right the first time, but I'm going to do it right now. There we go. Okay. Now that yeah. By the time I get it on Webby, I'll put it on either the root company or Beyond Code. Maybe Beyond Code. All right. Oh. One more thing here. Okay, cool. So now, what other problem can I find? Oh, whoops. Yeah, let's make it a little better. I am running out of steam. I'm still nowhere closer to where I started, or where I was aiming towards. Oh. All right, but tomorrow's going to be the day. I mean, it has to be. I'm running out of time. I'm eating into my time buffer at this point. Okay. So, all of that, how did I get on that 8-hour journey? Well, it was because I needed to set up an example, and so the values that I need to insert include an ID for a primary key, and I want to turn this into a script. And yes, I could have done that with Node, but I thought this is just one of those things that you just ought to have available. It ought to be available. It's not. I don't know how we don't have these tools ubiquitously. It's weird to me. Anyway, so yeah, so that's what I wanted. I wanted to be able to create a script that's going to do this. I have to get some other, well, I'm hoping to get some other people on board with this. Well, I mean, I guess I do have to. Like, we have to be in agreement on it, ultimately. Okay, API type. We're going to go with Fluid Pay. Okay, so base URL. I had to have a way to do the encryption bit. That I would also love to have that stuff written in Zig or Go or whatever. But the thing is, those are actually, encryption is very bespoke. It's kind of, you encrypt with a particular program and you decrypt with that same program. And I don't know how OpenSSL does its stuff, but I guess the best one to follow after would be OpenSSL. But there is not a standard for how to use the encryption and decryption algorithms. What? Just raised money for your UUID-based dating app? You gotta tell me how that works. You know, Elon, you might want to consider bringing me on for this one, because you may not have known this, but I happen to be an expert in UUIDs. I also understand the birthday problem which, despite its name, is very, very similar to some of the dating problems. So, don't forget to hook your boy up. Okay, you match if two people generate the same UUID. All right, well, being an expert in UUID, I can I could put a little seed in the algorithm, if you know what I mean. Okay, did it finish yet? Did it do the thing that I asked it to do? I bet it did. There we go. That's exactly what I wanted. See? It did it. Did it better than I did. Okay, so... Wait a minute. That doesn't look like a UUID. What kind of UUID is that? That looks particularly predictable. Don't you know? I'm seeing some pattern there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know about that. 12. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. All right, so here we're actually going to use an encrypted value. All right, so ID, we're good on that front. API type, we're good there. Base URL, API ID, API secret, label. So the label, oh, whoops. Cool. Run timestamp and null. That looks all correct. Okay, cool. So now I've got to get some values in. Okay. So what I need to do now is I think. Oh, we're gonna make that a byte column, by the way. Or let's see. I don't think I want to store it actually in bytes. I don't know. Do I want to store it actually in bytes? What does it look like when you create a byte column? Has anyone seen a byte column before? What does it look like? Okay, so I'm going to make another little change here. So we're going to take these and we're just going to rename them to today. Okay. And honestly, I kind of want to move this card stuff because there's a bunch of these things I don't think we're going to change them. And if I add some more functions, I'm just going to add them. I'm just going to backdate them to that day. And with the way my migrator works, that's going to be perfect. So I'm thinking of just moving them to like maybe let's move this one to 3,000. And we'll just move this to 2,000 on what day? 19? Okay. So there we are. All right, so now we pretty much do all this stuff as a batch. We've got that, we've got that, we've got that. And I'm not even really ready to do the audit and raid logs at this point. And that's where that one trigger is, but I think that trigger is just included with them. So let's do this. Let's use our handy dandy migrator. See what its status is. No previous versions. So we're going to do up, and it's going to give us a whole bunch of ups to do. So I'm going to put these into up.sh. And then I'm just going to do the ones that I want to do, which is going to be up to about here. And then just delete the other ones. And so then I'll run my up. Bum. All right. And now we're up. And then I can run up again. And then we can see... Oh, that should be batch 2 now. Uh-oh. Oh, whoops. Whoopsie! had a little problem, a little problemo. There we go. Not a big deal, just was missing a character there. Okay, so now you can see that up again, and we could do the next batch. So check this out. You're not going to believe it. But I could just mangle these however I want. So now I won't have that coming up. Basically, I just get to skip it. So now if I do SQL migrate status, that should show me here's the things that I could be doing. So I can do these. These are pending. That is so cool. I'm actually kind of glad that I did this. All right, cool. This makes it a lot easier to work with these things. Because now I get to wrangle them however I need to wrangle them. Rather than having to deal with the, oh, well, you know, you didn't add this one in, you added that one in, and then you have to rename them all. Now I can just put them in this file and basically ignore them. Just put them in an ignore batch. And not actually have to run them. Okay, anyway. So if we look at our database right now, I imagine, okay, no relations, which is great. Okay, so now we can prototype more easily. We can go back and forth on these things. We can check them out. What did I say? Put that on 17. Hold on. Okay. All right. Okay, so what are we doing here? This is the card. Oh, we don't need to worry about them. I think this one's all good, right? This one's all good. So we could do, yeah, let's go ahead and SQL migrate up. And then we can take a look at this one. Call it batch 3, whatever. And do I want to do the cards view? Sure, we can do the cards view. Yeah, let's just throw the cards view in there. I just don't want to do the pay gateway yet. Cool. So now if we look at this, boom, we've got all of our tables in our view, and we can easily back out our view if we need to. We can add some more functions in the past if we need to. There is one I am deeply considering. But now I can go look at the ones for what's now today, which is gateways. All right, and this is declared as a varchar. But I'd kind of like to do it as a... byte array. Okay. Okay, but it is about time for me to go to bed. So if I could do one last thing before I go, I want to write a little ditty that will encrypt some values. So let's look at lib temp cipher. Okay, what we're gonna need. Okay, it's gonna need to grab the encryption phrase. Here's what we'll call this. Need people to feel good about it, so make sure that word AS is in there. So I don't think it's a weird, you know, some bespoke encryption algorithm.
Its skin looked like rubber, but it felt more like metal. Bright theories as to what to do in this situation? No. What really matters
All right, let's see.
is the formula.
2 seed, salt. we're gonna do there. And we do need to protect console.log. Or not console. What was it saying? So we don't need any of that last 4 stuff here. We don't need to partial mask. Let's get it down to bare bones. Eh? You know what I'm talking about? Bare bones. Okay. Hmm.
I'll be waiting for you. If you come here, you'll find me. I promise.
I'll be here too.
I'm not sure how to do this.
Thanks, Squall. Next time we'll meet for sure.
How do I JS doc
She left.
assemble?
Just disappeared. I'm afraid of having that comfort taken away.
You were afraid of losing us? Is that why you kept your distance?
I was always alone.
Squall, you missed out on all the good things in life. I don't want the future. I want the present to stand still. I want to stay here with you.
I don't know what to do. For the first time, I don't know which way to go.
Maybe I just tell it ignore.
I've fallen for you. For Noah.
All right, it's past 3. About time for me to go to bed. We'll see what we can get done. Where I need to go. Let's see.
Next time, we'll meet for sure.
All right. So here's where we do a little trick. We make sure that this is available on the object at type time. And then up here during the init phase, what we'll do right away before we do anything else is we will reassign them from secrets. I need a more ergonomic day-to-day way to do this thing. I guess I'll figure out what that is, but fundamentally, this is a good pattern. Okay, so actually what I want to do is assign an empty value here and there. Okay. All right, where are we at now? Okay, so now
You're going out there to destroy them, right? Not to study, not to bring back, but to wipe them
okay.
out. That's the plan. Yeah, I'll work on it.
All right, I'm in.
Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. There we go. That's a good solution. Okay. So now... Oh. It's kind of ugly. I don't really like that, but... Wait. Do I need to wait for this for any reason? No, I don't. Okay, I could make this less ugly. Because I don't actually have to do that there. Okay, good. So we can get rid of a little bit of ugly. Alright, so... what are we doing? I'm going to wrap that value right on up like a pig in a blanket. Alright, so anything that might have sensitive data in it in the config, we now have wrapped. Now I don't have to do that weird thing. Another thing here, which might be a better thing to do as well, would be, well, I don't know. Object assignment. Let's try to clean this up a little bit. Oh no, we can't because it actually uses that value. Okay, never mind. Okay. So got a bunch of that that we're taking care of. Okay, so now let's see where we use config. And it looks like it's only in a couple of places. I could make it maybe a non-enumerable value. I don't know. I don't know what to do about that. I gotta think on that one. I might decide to use object.assign over this. It's hard to say. Well, that's a little too hardcore. We're going to move on from that one. Okay. All right, we're 3.5. I need to go to bed. I just want to do a little bit here first. I think we're going to have all the values. I don't know what we're have. We need to have some way that if you don't call init but you call peak, that it fails miserably. Okay, so if I do scripts, passphrase, AES, you're good. Oh, right. That was not supposed to be called there. Wait, that's a little confusing. I must have done something wrong here. Hold on. Did I do if? Okay, if not config ready. Okay. Oh, there we go. Config ready false. Might be good to say that config's not ready when it's not ready. There we go. Okay, good. There we go. That will avoid a lot of confusion. Okay, there we go. So I don't think we actually use that salt anywhere. Especially not here. All right. If I'm not mistaken, 2 seed returns bytes. Yeah, that's bytes. Good. Alright. We don't have to worry about that. And the question just becomes... Let's see. I'm like moments away from doing the thing I need to do here. Thing I need to do must be done. Okay. How's this thing gonna get used?
Who's to blame? It's all the same. The battle's won, still it's a goddamn shame. We ought to not, it's best we forgot. Leave it all to rot. Yeah, I'm still thinking what it could be. I'm stuck in my head, making all the wrong moves. The wells from the dead say I'm breaking all the wrong rules. Who's to blame? It's all the
You know, I think maybe
loss, a charge from the unruly flame. I'm so tired of this. Guess I'm just not that strong. So now I'm trapped with my thoughts and the same damn song. I'm stuck in my head, acting like a damn fool. The tales
something like that.
the dead say I'm being way too damn cruel.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
I wasted all
Let me go grab that thing I was just using a few hours ago, which is now going to be immediately useful again, which is in my Node cheat sheet, which is the take flag function.
enough with the nonsense. I'm stuck on the offense. I'm trying so hard not to lose. It needs to be confessed. My troubles were repressed, and now I'm just left here confused. I'm bruising my own skin to hold down the demon, and still I find I'm in love. I can't stop with the fury. I'm so sorry. Who's to blame? It's all the same. The battle's won, still it's a goddamn shame. I'm so tired of this, thinking I did.
Hold on. Okay, posix get random. What? Okay. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, this is... Sorry, I got distracted, guys. I saw a message and I responded to it. No, I don't want to do that. Let's not do that. Let's do set paste instead. There we go. Okay, so take flag. The take flag function is a good function. It is a morally clean, upstanding, and right function. So we can do let env. It's just this little function right here. Just searches for a flag among the args of whatever you give it. So, for example, -env. Okay, so what do we want to do next? Oh, and then we also have take option, which I guess we don't need right now. Okay. So we have else. We have fs dot read file. Await secret equals name UTF-8. But I guess we don't have to know for sure that that's what it is. But we're gonna have some sort of secret. It's gonna be real secret-like. Oh, whoops. Trixie. Interesting. All right, then we're almost there. Just a little bit further. Just a little bit closer. Okay, so important to trim there. Okay. Hmm. Oh, invalid key length. Oh, interesting. Hmm. All right, let's see here. Key length, huh? Bag size is 12. 12 times 8 is 96 plus 12 is 108. Web crypto ASGCM. Fetches content from text box. Encrypt key. Where did key come from? Oh, so I probably need to look at where the import key happened. Key format is raw. So what are the valid key sizes then? I remember looking this up. Okay. What sizes are allowed for ASGCM keys? Okay. 16, 24. How does that correspond to tag and IB size? Make a table. Nope, that doesn't make sense. Okay. Okay, so let's take a look at this then. I wish. Let's see. Let's go take a look at Node. Or not Node. Root cipher. Oh. I know why. I know why. It's that. Okay, there we go. Seed bites. Okay. So what we're about to get to here is decrypting this, which I'm going to do on the other screen. So I'm just going to copy it into the decrypt file. Okay. And then we're going to do the process in reverse. All right, so in file. We'll have out file. Okay. Decrypt to string. Okay, write file. Name. Value. Yeah. Okay, so there we are. Okay, so I need to just take the thing. You take the option. Oh no! It's the chaos scammers. Thoughts on clean code by Uncle Bob? I think it's great. I think that when people talk about why clean code is bad, they're right. They're just mischaracterizing clean code. So, yes, if you want to have these very simple examples that fit in, tweets and stuff like that, and you say, oh, yeah, well, if you add all of this ceremony for this one thing, then look how much more complicated your code is. That's correct. So, I got a tweet from Uncle Bob. He tweeted at me. That's right. We're buddies. He tweets at me sometimes. Uncle Bob. Let's see if I can find search advanced. Try the other way around. It's probably in my likes. Let me see if I can find my likes. See if I can find some Uncle Bob in my likes. How far back are we? Not very far at all. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, it was him saying that he waits until he's forced to use an abstraction or he's 80% sure that he's going to need it. So yeah, like take a look at this tweet, for example. He's very reasonable. I think that primarily when people talk about him these days, because I see so much hate, they're just mischaracterizing. They're just they're taking something in a context that it doesn't mean. Oh, here we go. No, it wasn't that one. Okay, that's too far back. I don't know where it went. But it was a tweet or a retweet or something. Maybe it was on my other account. But yeah, I mean, he's very reasonable. He's extremely reasonable. He's not dogmatic, but the way that he's taken out of context can make him sound that way, because people, they say things that aren't true, and if you're him and you know what's true because you're the one who wrote the book and you know what it says, it's different than what other people say it. So anyway, yeah, I don't know that he's ever said anything I disagree with. And you know, in the realm of how to architect software, I don't know if he actually says this thing about a function should only be 4 lines long. I don't know if that, maybe he really did say that. I don't know. It's hard to... It's hard to know. Anyway. Okay. Decrypt to string. That's going to be plain. Okay, so Here we go. All right, I'm gonna go in here. Okay. Oh, should probably print out the usage. But anyway, decrypt. What was I gonna do? All right, and then over here. Oh, that's no good. That was an empty string. All right, let's do this. Foo.txt. Hello world. Okay, so we got hello world. And we're gonna do the encrypt. Oh, that was an empty string. Ha! That's why. Duh. Alright, so we're gonna foo. Alright, there we go. Great. There's our foo. And then we're gonna decrypt. Oh, whoops. I think I had the wrong option. Okay, and then decrypt. Okay. All right, cool. Very good. Very good. And it should also test to make sure the file doesn't exist and yada yada. Also, I'm convinced that the other one should be I. Just 1 second. I will take a look at the comments. I am... My title of the stream is probably very different from what I'm actually doing at the moment. Because for the first 5 hours, I was doing some stuff in Zig. And then I switched over to doing some other stuff. So... Let me see. Yeah, so I'll look at those comments in a minute. Let me do this. Let me take flag. All right. Okay, so right now I am making a CLI to encrypt and decrypt. And what I was working on before was a UUID v7 generator, and that I did in Zig. But the reason I was doing the UUID v7 generator is for the current thing. Process that exit 0. Let me call this help text. I'm almost ready to wrap up for the night. It's 4:30 a.m. So good time to go to sleep. Get a few hours before I get back up and get back at it. Okay, so... yeah, so I'm doing some stuff with payment processing. And so I'm spending a lot of time on edge cases and developer experience, because it's really, really important that we don't log secrets anywhere. And especially since I live stream, it's pretty important that I protect myself from pulling a stupid. Now, I am probably only going to be developing on the sandbox environment as I live stream, but even still, I don't, yeah. And the things aren't hard, but I am systematizing them. All right. So we got that. How many hours do you work daily? It depends on the day, but I've actually been taking some time off from my clients to do this, and so I have been quadruple working. Pretty much I'm taking a break to sleep and a little bit of eating and a little bit of time with the fam, but the last week I'm basically working 24/7 because I want to get to a good point with this. I worked on some payment processing stuff before, but then I switched clients and some stuff happened and I never finished it. And I never had it in a place where I could easily come back to it. And so I want to make sure that with this, hopefully I get to the point where I actually run a card, have a demo page, and then can get a live account. But if not, I want to be in a place where I can easily pick it back up and reacquaint myself with what's going on and continue it in the future. Every year for the past 3 years or so, maybe more than that, my New Year's resolution has been, I'm gonna implement the payment processing this year. And there have been different reasons that I wanted to do it and different products that I wanted to have it work on. But now I've got a number of things in the pipeline that I just need to let people pay. I just need to let people pay, but also I don't want to give away all of the user data to someone like Stripe. And even if I were using Stripe, I'd still want to not give away all the user data and to be able to have some protections. But I also want to sell this software itself that I'm making. So the developer experience has got to be really good. Everything's got to be really simple in terms of you can console.log whatever, you can access any properties, you can JSON.stringify, and you're never going to accidentally transmit something where it shouldn't be transmitted. Now, I mean, there is a caveat to that because whenever there's friction, people want a workaround. And so I have wrapped objects that protect the secrets. I don't believe that anybody should need to inspect those, say in the console, but if they do and they unwrap the objects and then they start passing them around their system, well, there's a problem. Because the point of the wrapping of the object is that it's meant to be the object gets wrapped or unwrapped either at the point of database or the point of API. And we're not actually storing credit card numbers. But the PCI compliance has a few different things that are sensitive, unreadable, and unreadable, unstorable information. And eventually I would like to actually do a credit card vault. I feel confident that I don't have a problem doing a credit card vault. And I've done one before. It wasn't a credit card vault, but I've done a vault before, and I think I've got a good strategy for how to handle it. I don't think it's that big of a deal. People are scared of noobs, I think is the problem, and they should be. Because you've probably heard before the expression, if you think it's expensive to hire a professional, wait till you hire an amateur. I think that that's very true. Okay, so now if we run it, whoops, without any arguments. So these are just helper scripts that I'm working on right now. It's interesting. Why does that work that way? Oh, I know why that works that way. So I'd actually prefer to have it do this. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff that, I don't know, you just have to be cautious. It's not like it's dangerous. I mean, it's like you carry knives around, right? I mean, you've used a razor blade before. You're a grown adult. You can handle it. But you do have to handle it. You can't, you don't juggle knives unless you're a knife juggler, and that's, a different thing. But, yeah. So it's just, it's just important to not juggle knives and to understand the gravity of the things that you're doing. So. Yes. Okay. Is this a payment system product us mortals would be able to import on our sites in the future? Yes. That's the hope. So you can, if all you want to do is that, all you need is Fluid Pay. Okay. You can find a merchant that uses Fluid Pay here. I'll give you a link if that's all you want. Because I don't actually want to do the payment gateway stuff itself. I want to do the software for the bridge to the payment gateway, which, let's see, this is not the one. Let me bring up the other repository here. And this one should be public already. Payment gateways and partners. So check this out. If all you want to do is just not have Stripe, but be able to do a white label, white label, be able to use your own domain, that sort of thing, you take a look at either NMI or at, I think most of these are using NMI. There's some these ones use Fluid Pay. Fluid Pay has updated, but then now NMI has gone back and updated their stuff, because NMI used to look like, I'm not going to go back to find it to show you, but it looked like a site from the 90s until about 6 months ago. And then, yeah, here's some that use Banquist, and then there's Fortis as well. So you can go through these and you'll actually get an account with them. So it's not going to be like Stripe where they can just freeze your payments at any time for any reason. You have a merchant account. It's a bank account with like Wells Fargo, the likes of Wells Fargo or Chase or whatever, or possibly a credit union, whatever it is that they're partnered with. You get an actual business checking account. You have a monthly business checking account fee. If you don't do enough transactions, the same that, with your personal, if you don't do enough transactions, then you have a checking fee, or if you don't have direct deposit or whatever. So there's a minimum requirement on number of transactions that have to happen, or how much money needs to flow through the account or whatever. But the fee is $20 or whatever. It's a standard business account fee. And then you have, I can't think right now. I'm losing my words. No, I was talking about a fee. Oh, you've got you'll have a network agreement with Visa, MasterCard, etc. You have a separate network agreement with Amex. You have the agreement with the payment gateway, and they have the agreement with the people that are selling the payment gateway software, like FluidPay. And then but all of that just kind of gets wrapped together. When you go through the application process, you just do it all at once. So it's a little more paperwork, but it's one day, right? So and the APIs are the same. Whether you want to look at Stripe or you want to look at FluidPay or you want to look at NMI, it's all the same. There's no real advantage on the software side. The advantage, the reason people pick Stripe is because they believe that somehow it's easier. It's easier than what it was in 1997, but it's not easier than the way it's been for the last 10 years, you know? So, but it's like Stripe is what people hear about. And yes, Stripe is easier in the sense that you don't get a bank account, but then you don't have a bank account. And it turns out that if you're taking money from people and having to potentially deal with chargebacks and things like that, it behooves you to have the credit merchant account. Anyway, so yeah. Fly Me to the Moon, did you have any follow-up question to ask there? Because, yeah. Oh, cool. You've put similar things in place for when you stream working on game servers? Yeah. How many hours do I work daily on average? On average, it's 4 to 6. When I'm in a real crunch, that's like focused hours, right? Sitting down, focused hours for a client, I'm typically working 4 to 6. But sometimes there's a certain project where I've got a lot of freedom to just work. I don't need to check in with other people or do a demo. And then I may work an 8 or 10 hour day, 7 to 10 hour day. When I have those types of opportunities with projects. It just depends. I really don't have, average is a hard one, but 4 to 6 when I have to do check-ins and stuff. More when I've got free reign to just go until whatever. So right now, because I'm working on my own stuff, I just got to get as much in as I can, because it's coming up on the last week of the month. I've got to get my client work in to get the bills paid. So tomorrow's kind of the last day I have to work on this probably, and I need to get it in a good place where I feel good about it. So anyway, okay, so now we've got that. Now we're almost around. The whole point of this is that I actually want to put my Sandbox API URL and my Sandbox token. Like, I want to be able to work on this on live stream. And so let me go back to what we were looking at. This one, was it this one? I think it's this one. By the way, I also built my own SQL migrator today. And it's better than any of the other ones with some caveats. The caveat is it doesn't actually connect to the database. I just have it print out the command to run, and so I just copy and paste to run the migration. But this is what I've wanted for a long time, because migrations can be so frustrating when you're working between branches and you're working with other people and you're working on a dev server, because then you're like having to rename things so they lexicographically sort or whatever. So check this out, what I did for my migration file. So the migration file is not stored in the database. It's stored locally, although it spits out queries so that it could be stored in the database. But check this out, batch next. So anything that I put in batch next here is just going to get ignored. So this stuff just it'll just be ignored until I move it. So if I delete this, then it'll show up in status. So I'll show this real quick. So SQL migrator status. Okay. So it's saying this is invalid because I don't have a special case for a batch that's ignored. So it says, okay, the previous batch that just ran was this batch, and the next batch contains these items. Well, watch this. I'll go ahead and delete the batch that is the invalid batch, run it again, and now it says this is the next batch that's going to run. So, and I could do the same thing inserting this into SQL. That's fine too. So, yeah. So then I can run SQL migrator up, and it just prints out. See, if I was going to put the migrations in the database, this is what I would do. If I wanted to, so if I wanted to just run this, if I want to run this migration, in fact, I'll just do it. So here's me running this migration. Pasted, boom. Migration ran. Okay, now here's me undoing the migration. So this is going to truncate the file. That's what this is about. And then this is the down migration. So I'm just going to run it, and then boom. And now if I go to run up again, I mean, so there's nothing really magical from that perspective. It's just doing the normal stuff. So look at status again. There we are. So anyway, so it's just more manual control over the batches and stuff. So I can say, actually, I don't actually want to run to latest. You know, because with most of the migrations, you have no visibility in, like, okay, what did I just do last time? What, you know, and then if I need to, well, want to, I can just look at the migrations log. And it's like, okay, boom, that's what's been done. So anyway, I am off to bed, so I'm going to give a big hurrah here. Because we got some stuff done. Whoa. All right. So I still didn't get done all what I wanted. Oh! I got my first PR on the Zig project. Never mind. Bed can wait. Nice. It just rewrote the whole thing, which is fine. Just like the whole thing's rewritten. Whole thing. The whole thing's rewritten. All right. So there is something, though. I'm going to... So the use after free doesn't actually matter here. Okay, reference a new issue. All right. So this one right here, this was wrong, and I knew that it was wrong. I just didn't know what I was supposed to do about it, but so changing it to 32U8 would do the right thing. Okay. So, okay, let's see. Did anything stay the same? Okay, we still have that. It turns out that this was already doing the right thing, the standard.posix.getRandom. I I had read the wrong documentation because, you know, Zig. It's easy to read the wrong documentation. There's not really much documentation, but there's a lot of things that are duplicated. So there was standard.c.getRandom. That's what I was reading. And I was thinking that it didn't have the Windows support, but it turns out that it did. So that's all good. So that's good. And then yeah, we don't need to call multiple functions. The pack struct idea is great. Maybe we should be doing split on this. Wow, that's interesting. Pack struck. Interesting. I don't know what that's about. I don't know what to make of that. Is this bits? I certainly like this a lot better. I wonder what the at this is. Oh, it's just saying whatever the return type is, just it's the return type that it is. That's beautiful. Okay, there's where he's doing all the truncating. Okay. I do not understand this syntax at all. What does that mean? I wonder why we're assigning. Oh, because it's returning a slice of the buffer. We don't need it. Okay, wait. So this is returning. Oh, okay. I see what's going on here. All right. So this is saying that it's going to allocate on the stack of the caller the memory that it needs. Whereas over here, it was not allocating it because it was dynamic. So this was a pointer reference that was being returned, whereas this is a value reference. Or I don't know that it's even that. Is it being copied, or is it just that it's allocating it on the stack where it's going to be returned because it knows what the return type is, so it just puts it there on the stack of the thing that's calling it? I'm not sure. Okay. Okay, so why not? Oh, because that's a copy. Okay. Okay. All right. Still am going to go to bed. This is confusing. So it's just I think he's doing it so basically it's like a subster so you can see how many bytes without having to do the math in your head. But I don't think that that's worth it for what you're losing in readability there, because then it would be 16 to 20 and then 20 to 32. Okay. Okay. Might be easier to understand when you've refreshed your mind from sleep. This is a funny thing. There are certain tasks I can and cannot do on lack of sleep. My ability to speak goes way before my ability to program does. My ability to come up with certain types of new abstract thoughts goes down, but my ability to do a lot of I don't know. It's very strange. I don't know. I don't know. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Okay. All right, now I'm actually going good nighty night. Pisolones. Hopefully that wasn't a swear word in some strange language. Like I said, my language skills go, and I was just making noises. So there's that.